welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get into the queue, as usual, we're going to begin with a bit of a warm-up level and sound check just to make sure all systems are a go. Today, as with yesterday's stream, I will be closing the queue fairly early because I just can't run for extremely long. And to answer your question, Glitch, no, I don't think I've done the Street Rat collab. I believe. I don't think I have. I might have done one particular part of it. Anyway, just to get back to the opening announcement here, we will not be opening the queue for extremely long today. But what is going to happen is that we will have a special surprise at the end of the stream if you're able to stay, and if you're not, that's okay. We'll make sure everything is properly revealed, both in the VOD and in Discord after fact. So, apart from that, let's just get right into the opening level, and then from there we'll proceed to the queue. And yeah, Boomerang Bonanza, the title rings a bell, and I think I have not played it. But we'll know soon enough. I'm glad also, Glitch, that you've confirmed that Warp World is in fact taking maker codes again today. And of course, we're just going to listen to the, I want to say Song of Time early on. And then we're going to drop into the looping segment. Now, this is a level by Zenmai, who is a maker from Japan who specializes, or has recently specialized in looping music levels that are based on other video games. And they tend to be really, really good. I remember showing off a couple of Zenmai's levels when we were doing a stream a little while ago that was an all-Zelda Dungeon Fest. Okay, that's going to bomb, and then these are going to spawn vines going upwards. But yeah, Zenmai makes some of the most thematically complete looping music levels that I have seen, which is why it's going to be especially interesting, I think, to... we need to shoot this with an arrow. Especially interesting to see Zenmai's newest contribution, which is going to be coming very soon, because Zenmai does have a level coming in 5YMM, as far as I know. So, Document, welcome. Yeah, Document, hope you've been enjoying all the playthroughs of Tony Montana Mole. I mean, even if it doesn't really feel like a 5YMM level. I mean, no, it totally does, of course. Not often that we can sneak automatic weapons past Nintendo, but whenever we can get away with it, we will. Yeah, I guess we can spawn all of these. We only really needed the one on the left side. And let's go up. Yeah, mostly good reception, deservedly so. Had a lot of fun with that one, as you saw live. Okay, that was an interesting interaction over here with the bomb and the thwomp. Now, let's see. We need to continue chucking this over, I think. Oh no, we don't. We just need to fire. And over here, there's a way up. There is also a way forward. I feel like we need to bounce on something here. And I don't think necessarily that it's going to be this. Nope, because that just spikes. We know that from having done a puzzle to that effect before. I think we probably can't progress here yet. At least if we do this by the intended design. Ah, okay, no, you have to go over here because then you're out of spawning range for this blaster. Nope, I shouldn't have bombed that. I should have bombed this thing on the side and tapped that, because that would have been something to give me a vine to go up, so my mistake. Bird Dog, welcome. And Mang as well. Mang, I'm sure, has enjoyed seeing everybody step on Sonic all week long. Let's shoot this. No, we need to do that again. There we go. Now we'll progress by hitting the on-off switch up there, of course. I just want to see what's over here first. And Miss Yarrow, welcome. And this is also going to be an arrow shot once we do everything correctly. Yeah, hoping everything stream-wise is looking and sounding good today. For anybody who came in late, this is one of Zenmai's levels. And so I've played a number of Zenmai's Zelda levels by now, and they are routinely spectacular. Why would we want to do that? I don't know. Oh, because we want to go up. But then, yeah, the sword is there so you don't lock yourself out, I guess. You need to have a good internal timer to safely step on Sonic. Well, or protective bootwear, unless, of course, you are in 3D World. In which case, that's not going to help you. Yeah, Supernova, one thing I was saying when I was playing Stepping on Sonic early on in the week is that a background in Latin music and Latin rhythms is actually extremely helpful for that level. Because in things like samba patterns and so on, you do, in fact, play slightly ahead of the beat. And so for the final segment, like, that's exactly the skill set that was being applied. Why would you step on Mang's good friend Sonic the Hedgehog? Because Mang asked me to, and as Sonic's friend, I think that implies consent. Okay, so I am wondering what donut blocks do, of course. Having recently seen some interesting donut action from time to time. I don't know if I can actually get on the other eye. I think this just gives you the sound effect. But we'll see. Okay. I think this is supposed to be like the lens of truth or something, but not totally sure. I also don't know if I can get in there. We'll try it a few times before I decide to bail on it. And nope. Bit tough to do that from above. This is why I don't play Precision. That's okay. I don't think the donut block does anything, but it would have been nice to see what kind of sound effect was attached there, whether it was symmetrical or something else. Yeah, it actually looks like it would have been something to do with this exit up here, in fact. Unless we just wait for... Yes. We just need to wait for Zelda's Lullaby to play first, and then Zelda is going to unlock this for us. And there we go. And Luca, welcome. Okay, for everybody who came in a little bit late, you're still early, but we will be running a comparatively short queue today. As was yesterday, I will be closing fairly early since I cannot run for very long today. Yesterday, I made the mistake of reopening for a few bonus levels at the very end, and that was not, time-wise, a very good idea. Today, I can't do that. But if you stay to the end of the stream today, we might have something extra special. And we will reveal what that is in due course, although I think most people here already know. So, let's see what's next in the queue. First in the queue is going to be a submission from Glitch. That was a collaborative level developed for Street Rat, if I'm remembering correctly. And let's see it. Boomerang time. Ah, Bird Dog knows about this. Yes, because Bird Dog was a part of it. Call Me Pang, Funked, Glitch, and Bird Dog and Street Rat had a long clear on this, and this is a 0.15. Okay. So, we'll see how far we get. Let's do it. Because I see those makers in here, and I'm expecting, despite the technical tag, some puzzling. And the last time I played this massive collaborative puzzle involving Funked... Okay, it is platforming. Last time I played one involving Funked, it took me 3 hours, I think. Although that was mostly M. Rixton's fault. And Momuga, welcome. Thank you for submitting Tetrominos. Haven't had enough of those lately. You know, Mang, now that you mention, I really should do a plushie reveal. I guess that spoils the fact that the special surprise at the end is not a plushie reveal, but we'll keep that in mind for another time. Okay, you hit the Koopa, and it should go through. No, you have to send the Koopa through to the other side. And then, whoops, no. Probably didn't want to do that, because now there's probably going to be a boomerang check right here, yes. I'm just going to scout ahead, and that unlocks, and of course it raises all the spikes, so we have to jump like so. And, okay, here we go. Yeah, Document, a couple of these makers who hang out with some of the puzzle-friendly streamers like Street Rat have been doing a couple of different collaborative levels over the past few months, and usually it's kind of a mix of some hard platforming and puzzles, depending on who's involved at a given time. Supernova is making first puzzles since 2017. Okay, so you have to learn all the mechanics now that are new to Mario Maker 2, because who knows how much adaptation you'll have to do. It's not like you've spent an absurd amount of time in the second game. We do need to boomerang the skip squeaks, the spiky skip squeaks. So yeah, Supernova, definitely looking forward to it. I feel like a Supernova that I get the sense that this is at least partly motivated by some very well-founded bitterness at streamers who do not properly appreciate puzzles. And so, I salute your efforts. Mang has never beat a boomerang level. Now, you can go through here, but eventually, no, there will be a check against that, I'm pretty sure. What about a Boomerang level? A Boom Boom Mang level? You started working on a puzzle-ish Link level. Yeah, that's what I was talking about when I was playing Zenmai's level earlier, was that I was doing an all-Link dungeon stream at some point. And I'd like to do one again sometime, because it's nice to really dig into some of the larger ones. Let's wait for the boomerang. Nope. Just need to fix up that timing a bit, I think. In Bird Dog, you are stuck with a mechanic that you think is cool, but you can't get this to cooperate. Well, just think about all the players who will be stuck on it afterwards, and that will hopefully be sufficient motivation. Yeah, because some things, you know, they seem like they're right on the edge of making for a really interesting puzzle, but then if they have some reliability issues or are difficult to communicate, it's too bad to have them just out of reach. Nope. Grabbing the first boomerang is the hardest thing in this entire sequence, by far. Actually, Mang, the hardest puzzle is not designing a puzzle. The hardest puzzle is bug fixing a puzzle. If I go fast, I should grab it right away. Yeah, I see it now. That tends to solve a lot of problems, actually. And it's something I don't consider nearly enough. I was trying to fire here and then slip back down, but I just missed. Okay. The hardest puzzle is 14 numbers Sudoku. Wouldn't Sudoku difficulty just scale with n for like n by n Sudoku? Like, why does it have to stop at 14 or peak at 14? Or is there actually sort of an optimal difficulty because of the way that the constraints would be kind of overly determinative after that? Whoops. Okay. Yeah, being able to hit those other skip squeaks is, of course, the issue we're running into so far. Nope. Yeah, I'm not off the wall yet at the time that I'm trying to fire the boomerang, and that's the issue. I do need to be jumping towards the skip squeaks, and I need to fire pretty accurately. And if I miss the wall by doing that, that's fine, because I can wall jump back up, so... Okay, up we go. There we are. And, okay, we can do that, and that. Likely need to ride the icicle for something. No, we're going to check this, of course. So, ride the icicle or beat the icicle? Ride the icicle. No. I feel like long jump might have been helpful there, in fact. Given the height of the ceiling, I also just didn't get much of a dash off the icicle in the first place. Oops. Oh, 14 given in a 9x9 grid, which is the lowest possible in theory. Okay, I get what you mean now, Mamuga. It probably is 17, now that I think about it, although... So, I haven't done much work with Sudoku. I actually used to do a couple of advanced things with magic squares and Latin squares. I've forgotten most of what I know. But... Yeah, I... For a time, actually had a bit of a specialist background in some things like that. Whoops. Okay, that was not something that quite went well. I was hoping to bounce off the skip squeak and save that by dragging the boomerang over into the pipe, and it just barely missed. When I get to the puzzles, you're curious if I can guess who did what puzzle. Yeah, I remember when I played the other Funked collab that was done for Majestic Acorn, which also involves Gurkowski and Emmerixton and Waldemy, I want to say, who is a Zelda puzzle maker. It was fairly easy to tell. Even though I didn't know all of their styles very well. Like, I don't know Emmerixton that well, even though I know he's kind of been a puzzle specialist since Mario Maker 1. But yeah, we'll see when I do get to the puzzles. Glitch, it's entirely possible that we'll just spend this stream learning... By the way, I'm so glad that actually worked. We'll spend this stream learning the platforming segment. I'll see how I'm doing for time. We'll at least look at a puzzle after that if I get to it. And it may make sense to complete this on a puzzle day if it's going to be something that takes much longer. Of course, Street Rat did have the potentially single segment record on this, a little over 8 minutes. And yeah, Supernova, that's definitely an underserved field, I think, that scale of puzzle. Like I always say, John seems to be the one person in Mario Maker who makes levels of the perfect length.
Oh, no.
Inspector Tequila, thank you for submitting. Looking forward to whatever is behind that code. No, let's not do it that way. Let's just get back up here first and save. It was very stylish to do it the other way, though. Nope, coming in a little bit low, but that should, in theory, actually work. And here we are.
Oh, no.
And Bird Dog, you're saying, is that how you actually do that? You skip the ice and jumped off the wall? Yeah, I mean... Your idea is probably better, because I'm not getting enough of a run off of the ice, partly because I'm probably not compensating for the ice itself in terms of that initial drag. So your way is probably superior. Okay, there we go. I mean, sure, let's slide down the wall. Why not? Okay, so I can see the floor here. That's good. Let's get through this. Yeah, Bird Dog Your Way is much easier to execute. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you kind of have to because of this over here. So there's a car puzzle, there's a Pokey, and there's a POW. Let's take a look at the car, because I can't say I've seen many car-related puzzles. Thank you for the follow. And Ms. Yarrow, yeah, I can certainly agree with that. As long as the content is actually worth it. I mean, that I always appreciate levels of that ambition. Let's see here. So, the objective is going to be to hit the P-switch, which will release something from the pipe. The objective is to get out the door, obviously. The way to do that is to hit the on-off switch, which I can do if I just jump directly up, but then I don't have a way to get out of there because the icicles are permanent-looking icicles. And we can check the icicle behavior pretty easily. Okay. We have a crate over here. We have a P over here, which implies something about the Pokey, I guess. Actually, no. I believe these doors are probably just matched, aren't they? If there's a door over here... and no way to pick up the P-switch... Let's see. I think maybe the exit is the pipe then. And that you need to activate the P-switch, but in a way that allows you to get over there. I think the idea is actually going to be to dump the Koopa in the car. No. It's not going to be... Oh, it might be. Because if you find a way to activate the on-off switch and then drop out through the door, then you can actually, potentially... do Koopas even work like that? Are Koopas transferable between shells and cars? I actually have no idea whatsoever. Because if we have a crate on the left side, then we are one block short. No, we're not, because if we have a crate on the left side, this is how we do it. It falls on top of the Pokey. It should actually collide with the Pokey just fine. No, it doesn't. Never mind. But then can you stack the other Pokey? Like, if you have a 2-block Pokey, does it go through the pipe? 2-tile Pokey? Yes, it does. Okay, no, that's how we do it. We move the Pokey. Like, we move a Pokey head down here. We stack a crate on top of it, and that gives us the ability to go through the door. Once we have the ability to go through the door, we... let's map this out, even though this is going to be a failed attempt. We do this, and yeah, at the end, you do need the ability to hit the on-off switch, so I need to think about reobtaining the boomerang or finding some other way to do this. We can do that, I think, if... Oh, look at his deflection here. That's interesting. Yeah, I think we actually can move the Pokey over separately before we come up. Then come up with crate, dump the crate, go down, get through the door as the boomerang. But then how do we get the shell... yeah, we need to figure out what's going on with the Koopa shell, because I think the implication here... Oh, okay, so you actually have to let this guy down somehow. Maybe just toss the crate up at him or something, and or bounce the crate somehow. And then lower the crate and just have him go down. You can probably use the crate, I think, to get around this issue here. Or if there's no block above it, you can stand on the crate when you're tall, and then get up there. We have to try that, though, and we have to take the death before we can do that. Yeah, thank you for all the recent submissions. Sorry, I haven't been acknowledging all of them, but Great and Mighty Waffle, Captain, Miss Yarrow, and everybody else. Like I said, Q will be closing relatively early today, but if you're in, I will probably play you. Also, Boomerang going up like this will not do much, but if we take the crate, we'll just check this to make sure we know what's going on. So no block here. Okay, that's important to know. Also important to know is that the Koopa stays inside the shell when you bop it with the Boomerang, I think. Yes, it does. Which is important, because that means that it can be alive for the part where you drop it into the car. Now, here's the next thing that we have to do then. We have to hit the Pokey with the Boomerang. And currently, I don't think I have a good way to do that, unless we fire the Boomerang to the right side from up here, and then drag it up. Or drag it up some other way. Like if we... Let's check the Boomerang length, because if, let's say we fire from this end, notice that it's going to go all the way down there. I think we can potentially... Oh, whoops. Let's let the Koopa just get its shell back. Yeah, we want to drag the Boomerang up somehow. So we can hit the Pokey remotely. No, we don't even need to do that. I just need to take the shell with me, but I need to take the shell and the crate with me, and that's the issue. And the way to do that is to throw one of them over, maybe? No. Or to walk the shell over. We can't walk the shell over because we don't have 2 tiles to play with. And yeah, it is a Kaisel, I guess. Decent enough way of putting it. However, if I do stack the crate in one of these locations, I'm just thinking about how to get the shell across. Because I need both the shell and the crate with me when I cross over the boundary. And currently I don't have that, because I need to have the... So this is the order. The Pokey needs to go through the pipe. And the Pokey needs to be unstacked down to 1 Pokey height. So just ahead. Once it's just a Pokey head, it goes down to the left, you stack the crate on top, and then you have to go through it with the Koopa shell, with the Koopa still in the shell. And I have to remember to hit the on-off switch when I do that. Now, the question then is, how do I get both the crate and the shell with me up there? Because one of them needs to come with me when I go up, and the other one has to go up beforehand. And I'm not yet sure how to do it, so we'll think about that. Like, it might be... Yeah, it's not going to be something like that, obviously. You know, in terms of getting the shell to cross over. Like, if you have to create in a half-tile spot here, for instance, but you can't get it back, that's the issue.
Oh no!
You were so proud of the multi-tier literary joke until you checked that Mario Puzo is spelled with 1 Z. Well, you know what they say. You keep your friends close and your puzzle levels closer. Now... Yeah, actually, Junkymet, I just totally blanked on the joke because I was reading it as Pusso rather than as the author. But yeah, anyway, I do have to appreciate that, if belatedly. Anyway, we have a partial solution to this. We have to get up here to avoid the block. We have to get the Koopa down. I think I need to get the Koopa to walk itself over somehow. And I need to figure out how to do that. In terms of making it walk in a way that makes the crate recoverable. Currently, I don't have that just yet. What I can do is... if I toss the crate here first, because the icicle seems to be placed in such a spot that does encourage you to throw something through, the Pokey is just going to fall on top of the crate. So that's not what I want. But maybe the idea was that you needed the shell You know what? You can do that. Let me just check this just to see how this goes. And I'm not able to pick it up from here. Okay. Nor am I able to pick it up from below. Yeah, because crate has to go last, obviously. Crate has to go last, and it's taking the shell up. That's the current issue. So. Nintendo, welcome. And no worries about not having any levels. Blue Blur is going to be a comparatively short stream anyway, so... I think so, anyway. And... well, I mean, you know, that's the way that we're going to be solving this puzzle. You leave the crate, and you take the Koopa Noli. Okay. And that's enough of that. Well, you know what? That's probably fine. I think if I whipped it from... whoops. If I whipped it with the boomerang, I probably could take it across the other side. The issue now, of course, is going up safely. Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to do that unless it's still in shell form, and I would need to avoid kicking it in shell form. Okay. But I think we could probably do something like that and retrieve the shell afterwards some way. L64, welcome. But anyway, this is definitely going to be the first step over here. This is definitely step one. Now, let's let the shell down first. Whoops, so we... nope, I don't want to stomp it. I do need the Koopa alive in order to get into the car, so... yeah, because I want the unshelled Koopa to transfer into the car, if I understand it correctly. I didn't know about that interaction. I do know about Koopas swapping shells, and there are some interesting things you can do with unshelled Koopas all chasing a shell that you're holding. Let's go over here, though. Let's not kill this by accident. I do want to set it down gently so the Koopa gets a chance to walk free. And not do that. Yeah, you know what? The fact that we can whip the shell with the boomerang is potentially important. Like, while it's still in shell form, you can do that without killing the Koopa. That's how you do it. And I think we can probably do that, say, on the right side and just land it on top of the icicle, for instance. I bet we could do it. Hang on. Let's let the Koopa come back up first. Possibly we move it here. I wonder if I can gain enough height if I do it that way. Let's do this. Yeah, we totally can. And I can grab it from the other side. Great. Let's go up before the Koopa wakes. Now, we whip this down to the head. Whoops. Nope. Don't want to kill it that way. Probably because I jumped. Like, we don't want to do that. We want to stand on a consistent side and not jump out of the way. Have the Pokey walking away from me. No, I mean, I generally just need to avoid killing the whole Pokey, which is going to take some thinking. I need to retrieve the boomerang by jumping to get it back, I think. Also, notice that the Koopa's on this side now, which is an issue. Because eventually we'll be doing something like that. And then we're going to have some issues. Koopa popping up that way. So anyway, let's take the hit here. Let's redo this one.
Oh no!
So yeah, Glitch, I'm going to try to figure out this segment, but then what we'll probably do is continue this on a different screen. Because the first section, I think, is fairly simple to recreate. Or we could learn it segment by segment with additional submissions, of course, as we usually do. And yeah, no, I am really glad I am finally playing this one. Because I've been looking at it as the one thing I skipped on Grikowski's list for a while since I wanted to. properly set aside some time for it. So it's nice to get a bit of a look at it now. So. All right, up we go. Yeah, I still don't know if that's really going to be the appropriate method. I think raising the shell with the Koopa inside it, using the boomerang, is the right idea. But we can only do it on that spot on the left, I think. That's the only place where that would really even apply. And I need to do it without killing Pokey. That's the most important thing, currently. Let's not kill the Koopa, and let's not kill the Pokey. Yeah, we'll dock it here. We'll go up here. Nope, once again. How come it only hit the bottom two the first time, then? Is it a matter of distance? Oh, no, it's because of this block here. If I throw like this, I mean, without hitting the shell like that. Yeah, no, I do want to retrieve it, but I don't want the Pokey to be double hit, and that's the main execution issue. And MSB Chicken, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. Okay, you know what? Before we do anything, let's test out how to do the Pokey, so I don't have to crash against it when I've done everything else. Okay, that's not great, because I need that to be one tile. So, yeah. We need a better Pokey method for sure, and I'm just going to reset this until I find something consistent that allows me to get it down to one tile. And just ahead. Because until we do that, we are going to run into issues there. MSB Chicken, I've been alright. Hope you've been doing well on your end. Maybe if I am here... Okay, no, maybe not. Whoops, no. Oh, I didn't realize there was ceiling over here. Yeah, I thought that was open, and it's actually not. It's just a... You can barely see the ceiling in the top row. It's just that the camera is constrained in such a way that I was unable to see it, and I just read that as open space. Blue Blur, I'm having quite a good day. Couldn't you get it to 3, hit it again, and then jump back again? Yeah, MSB Chicken, I'm trying to find what will work best. That works. Like a bit of a jump and then another hit. Let's make sure the Pokey goes through as expected. And yeah, so that's the setup that we want. And then we get the crate on top. Notice too that when you hit this, it goes through. Which is important because, well, if the shell is in the icicle location, that pops the shell over here. So we need to be careful with that. But if we do that, notice how it could actually hit the shell all the way over here as well, and potentially pop the shell up into this location. Maybe that was the right idea all along. Let me try a few things here first. We can take some damage. No, we can't because I need to... yes, we can. We don't need the boomerang to try the thing that I want to test out here, so let's... whoops. Okay, now we need to reset. Yeah, because that whole icicle segment is a part that I haven't used yet, and I think it's probably relevant to transporting the shell. I think that's the only thing that it really could be for. And so, whoops. Okay, I'm gonna go down here. Whoops, nope, let's not do that. Yeah, let's rethink this. There's a lot that I'm not doing here and not really trying in terms of controlling the boomerang pathway. That opens up a considerable amount of flexibility for what you can do with something like a puzzle. Because there are just so many places the boomerang could potentially go. And what if I do this deflection? No. Yeah, everything here is set up such that you can't really walk that, but what if I threw the shell and... No, I think this is still probably okay. It's just that, like, this looks really suspicious, like it's supposed to be where the Koopa goes up. And I can't tell if that's actually the case. In fact, no, it might be, because if you throw the Koopa down here, notice how it just pops right up. Okay, that's interesting. But if you whip this... No. Hang on. Let's say you just whipped it like this. And then can I feel like if I deflected off the crate, maybe that would have done something useful there. Nope, that just squished it. Because 2-tile Koopa waking up under a 1-tile spot, it just dies. And yeah, Blue Blur, don't worry about staying for the whole stream. Like I said, I'm not intending to run as long as usual anyhow. And if you missed the special surprise that we have at the end today, that's okay. There will be some separate unrelated, or separate related announcement, I'm sure. Rather. Okay. Let's try to transport the shell the same way again, and then the Pokey, of course, is still an open question. In terms of whether it will do that accurately. Shell does need to go up before I do, I think, unless I have a way to get the crate all the way up. So yeah, we do not want the Koopa to be hit down there until I'm ready for it. So, whoops, nope, didn't want to do that. I was hoping to drop the crates beside the Koopa, and that was not great. But notice how you can pick it up here. Okay, that's the way to do it, in fact. We'll be coming down here, we'll be whipping the Koopa with the boomerang, and then... that's how to do it. Okay, that's progress. We just need to get the Pokey down first, but then having the Koopa in that location, as long as we don't accidentally kill it, is going to be fine. Okay, down we go. Drop this until we need it. Yeah, the interactions that leave the Koopas in the shells are always so interesting. Okay. Help me, it says. We are not going to oblige. Okay, let's drop this here. Because then I can do something like this. Great. Great. Let's not forget to hit the on-off switch on the way over, because I'll need it. Also notice that the on-off state change is what prevents you from spawning something like an additional crate on the bottom, also prevents you from getting out, and forcing that you do need to keep the boomerang. So, we're going to do this. We're not going to go through the door just yet, until now. And then we drop. Is the Koopa going to... oh no, we need to jump on top of the Koopa. Because that will spit the Koopa down to the Koopa car. And that's going to activate the P-switch. We need to be quick when it goes through the door, because P-switch is going to be active. It prevents the Pokey from spawning. I don't know if it prevents the bottom Pokey from spawning, but we have to go up the pipe immediately. If we go up the pipe, we have to hit the on-off switch and go through the green pipe. Nope, we need to drop this guy on the right side. No, that was wrong. Purely a matter of timing. That's okay, that is the solution though. We just need to hit the shell on the correct end. And that's the pathway. Electro Dude, welcome. Also, using the crate to constrain the boomerang hits against a Pokey was very, very helpful. And I hope that's an interaction that is going to be easily reproducible. Yeah, just gonna bop this guy for good measure. Might as well just keep him constrained. Okay. Just need to beat the prisoner from time to time. Whoops, let's get out. Constrain the Pokey. And yeah, the boomerang just rebounds the way I actually want it to. This is great. Everything's fine. We need to remember to hit the on-off switch before we go. That would not be the kind of thing I want to forget. Come down here. That was not great. I was hoping to pick it up. Can I still whip it somehow? Don't like that. Yeah, no. We need to redo it. That was not how the shell behaved last time. I think I need to go right up to it so the pickup happens instantly, and I don't give myself any distance from it. So there is a little bit of execution trickery here to get the shell to behave the way I want it to. After doing all of that. And yeah, let's move it here. And then up here. Okay, great. Nope. I wanted to let go on the right side. That was, once again, execution mistake. Okay, let's get down here. And over here. I probably should have just whipped the shell up with the boomerang instead of trying to place it like that, because I think maybe the placement... well, it's going to end up on that block anyway, so I don't think the inconsistency will matter. We just need to not throw this on the other side. Let me just let the Pokey walk back slowly so we don't make any further mistakes. And yeah, that seems to work much, much better than what I was doing before. Also prevents the Koopa from being hit too early from the boomerang rebound, so... No! I don't know how to prevent that from happening. I think maybe it has to be partly under the pipe? No, it's not going to be. I don't have a good way to stop that, unfortunately. But we can reset this. No, we can't, because I would need to go back down. Okay. So. There has to be a better way of handling that Koopa in a way that does give me the instant pickup consistently. And right now I'm not seeing that, which makes me wonder if I'm doing it with the optimal method, or if there is a better way to handle that. And yeah, we'll dump this over here. Okay, over here. You know what? Oh, no, don't want to do that. I was thinking maybe we will do it this way, and then at least the placement will be consistent. Nope, hang on. You keep disconnecting from the chat, and that's unfortunate. I think my end is holding up, although sometimes I don't know if I've disconnected from the chat until it tells me I've reconnected to the chat. So hopefully that's not the issue today, and I haven't been seeing too much. Okay. Down here. Seems fine on your end? Yeah, I think things are okay here. We had a lot of technical issues last week. We had really poor internet reliability when I was doing 5YMM. And that was really not ideal. And then, of course, we are sometimes plagued with audio issues, although recently that has been better. Okay, let's not mess up. We also need to remember to hit the on-off switch at the very end, which is something that I have not been attentive to lately because we've been too worried about the Koopa. What I can do, perhaps, is... I'm just trying to think about how I can constrain the Koopa such that it doesn't bounce up here. Putting the crate here is not going to work, I think, because it will go through the pipe, first of all, and secondly... Yeah, I mean, I think I just need to do it the way I was doing it before, except it does matter which way the Koopa is facing, I think, and... But which way does it matter? Nope. Hit the Koopa before going into the pipe. You know what? I can probably raise the boomerang this way? No. Yeah, coming out of the pipe, it's not going to move quickly enough. However, if I fire in the other direction, maybe. Boomerang into pipe before I go. Yeah, because then it's going to whip... Oh, I see. Because you fire this, and then it's going to send a shell high enough that I can catch it here. Yeah, no, I understand that now. Because we can try that, in fact. No, I can't. It doesn't go high enough. It does not work, no. I mean, I was clearly able to do it earlier, but it seems dependent on some other variable that I haven't managed to track down yet in terms of when the shell is going to deflect in the direction I want. Because let's try some stuff with the shell, first of all. I can never fire through the icicle, that's one of the issues. Okay, let me try something here. We've got a dead shell. And when you hit it, it always pops in the direction that your boomerang is coming from. I think what we need to do then is... I think I know what I need to do, yeah. And I think I know what you're talking about too, that we fired a boomerang... I mean, not like that. With the pokey out of the way, we fired a boomerang to the right. We then go down to pipe. The boomerang should wrap low enough that it's going to hit the shell right to left. If it hits the shell right to left, we catch it while we're standing on a crate on the left side. So yeah. No, I see it. And I think, Glitch, that is similar to what you were describing. Now that I think about it. So yeah, Glitch, we will definitely only be doing this room today, but you are quite welcome to resubmit it so I can do it in multiple segments as we go. And if I, as I said earlier, if I run a puzzle stream again soon, we'll definitely pop this in its entirety. Okay. Yes, Momuga, this is a collab. I have not identified whose room this is yet. And, yeah, Glitch, I will see what works for the best. My streaming schedule is going to be at a little bit reduced next week as well for some travel-related reasons. So next week, I'm likely to only do one viewer level stream. I think I will not be able to do the Friday to Saturday one, but this one should still run. But we'll see. But as usual, we're going to announce some of that stuff in advance on the Discord if we need to do any rescheduling. 5YMM will, of course, run the way it usually does. That was not what I wanted to do. Come on. Identifying the room is definitely part of the puzzle, Mamuga. I think there are too many elements here for this to be Bird Dogs. Bird Dog likes to give you much less stuff to work with in terms of the number of different pieces. I get the sense that this might be Funk's room. But I'm not sure yet because I haven't seen the other ones to compare. I don't think it's Gurkowski's. Because... well, it could be. I wouldn't rule that out, but... there are a few things that would make me suspect one of the other makers first. Okay, Pokey goes first. Crate goes second. Boomerang goes to... here's the problem with sending the Boomerang to the right. It's also not going to fit under the ground tile here. That's the issue with doing it that way. So no, I don't think that's going to work, in fact. However, what I can do is... toss this first. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Unless you go down to pipe right away to lower this like this. No. I wonder if your facing direction matters. Also, yeah, we need to remember this. Because I always forget. Oh, whoops, no, my mistake. And there are credits to the level to show who did what. Yeah, I would assume so, Glitch. But we'll try to guess it beforehand. And then now we're kind of in trouble. Yeah, this ground tile looks like it's specifically put here to prevent the strategy of trying to wrap a boomerang around this side. So, I don't know, because the issue is that we were totally able to do the Koopa earlier. It's just that I don't understand it now. We have to test it out before we do the rest, I think. Except the Pokey isn't a way to boomerang, so we can't actually skip too many steps here. Whoops. Yeah, I feel like there is going to be some way to... I don't know if we can systematically prevent the Koopa from going right, but maybe we can. How long have I been streaming today? I've been on for about an hour. We're on to first submission, which tells you how things are going. But of course, this was a multi-part collaborative level, and so I did expect it to be a bit of a longer sit. But of course, we also did the Zenmai level at the start. So that added a bit to the time. Whoops. I wonder, actually, if I can constrain the Koopa in such a way that it will... Watch this. What if I whip the shell up the pipe? It doesn't do that, but I actually am able to get the shell, I think, if I do that. Because I don't need the bottom Pokey. I'm totally okay without the bottom Pokey. If I go down to pipe and grab the shell a second time quickly enough, then I'm able to get it back out. Let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. I don't think I need the second Pokey. Mamuga, that's what I was thinking as well. It sounds like it's funked. Yes, Mail64, it is exclamation mark uptime. You can try it if you like. We do, in fact, have that implemented. Okay. Now, let's go back over here. And Mamuga, I don't have the command enabled because I have a lot of temporary commands sitting around that I swap in and out, so... And yeah, thank you for dropping by, Bird Dog. Looking forward to correctly identifying your segment of this eventually. Hang on. Hang on, nope. Okay. Yeah, too much of an execution barrier for us right now, Glitch, but I think we'll go back and we'll try to deal with this shell. I think I have an approach to it. But we're running the queue really long at this point, so if you need to get going, we will come back to this one at another time. But thank you for showing that to me. Really looking forward to figuring out the rest. I don't really know Call Me Peng, so I don't think I would know what Call Me Peng's segment would be. But anyway, let's mark that as a loss for now. Let's move on. Oh, first section is Call Me Pengs. Okay. Right, because Glitch, I would assume that you are the boss at the end or something. Okay, Meng. Let's go. Electrodude, maker codes do work today. However, I'll be closing the queue fairly soon. And I don't know if I can guarantee getting through everybody today. So, it depends partly on how long Meng's level is. Wobble Des. Desert Wobbly Jump Jump. This is apparently puzzle solving. Interesting. And yeah, Glitch, have a good night. Checkpoint after Yellow Pipe. Let's see what this will be about. This is from January 2020. We do need to jump over that location. Mamuga, I haven't really assigned VIPs here. I assigned a VIP to Lecter because he made my emotes. I should actually give VIPs to more people at some point so people can actually post links unimpeded. You beat your brother in Smash Brothers and he got mad because you used Ice Climber as well. I mean, Ice Climbers are practically all about sibling rivalry, so I don't see what he's complaining about. Okay, this is just purely timing here, except of course we need to do that a lot better. Okay. Yeah, I just need to find the timing here and there. At some point, we will need to jump on the blue platform and make my way down. Okay, straightforward so far. There are some safe locations, but you don't want to stay on when the platforms hit the ceiling because then you'll get franked. Actually, no, you do want to get franked. You want to get franked and then you want to drop down to the mole. If you played week 1 of 5YMM, you would know why I call this particular ceiling interaction that. But anyway, I do think of it as getting franked now, so. Whoops. So yeah, because I think you do need the ceiling drop, and then you drop down on a wall and get back on the platform, so. No, Great Mighty Waffle Captain, I just made that up on the spot in reference to a level that Frank88 made just 4 weeks ago now. It is like stepping on Metal Sonic, also without the proper footwear. And yeah, great and mighty Waffle Captain, we do have a lot of our own proprietary terminology on this stream. And we just kind of make it up as we go. A surprising amount of the terminology was probably inspired by Mang levels. Have I ever seen a Lego step on a human? Yes. Good question, though. Nope. Okay, no, I wasn't properly reading how far down the platform actually goes on the initial interaction, so let's redo that. Yeah, Blue Blur, I'm not of a generation that understands the concept of TikTok. Apart from it being an instrument of surveillance from the Chinese Communist Party, we don't actually understand much about TikTok from the perspective of the end user. No, I know it's just all those vertical mobile video clips that people shoot of themselves, often with subtitles instead of sound. I mean, I barely understand the concept of Instagram. So, you know, it already feels like we're probably like a generation of platforms past TikTok at this point. We just don't know it yet because we don't pay attention to what the kids are all using. Nail64, to get the difference between TikTok and Vine, that's fairly simple. If you put TikTok inside a question block, the question block remains destroyed when you respawn through a door. And that's how you tell. Whoops. I still need to read this properly. It's I should probably take a bit more time to get into that in the initial position, because it doesn't actually get as low as I fear, like that specific platform. You jumped into that one, yes. Okay, now let's go over here. And whoops. Yeah, lots to clean up around here. But we'll make it eventually. Okay, back we go. Nope. Let's wait out the first one. I don't know if the ice blocks really mean anything. But they work nicely as a bit of a decorative element, I suppose. Anyway, let's watch the timing, because we do in fact have the opportunity to do so. No, I did need to go left a little bit faster. I hesitated a bit there because I wasn't quite sure about my speed horizontally, but no, we should just crank it over. Aegis Cook, welcome. Okay, down we go. Nope, yeah, it just need to go faster in general, I think. Too much hesitation from not really guessing that timing correctly. Okay, up the platform goes, and that's simple enough. So we'll just try not to die too often onto easy stuff. Nope. Running ahead too far. Yeah, the thing I'm not accounting for is that when the platforms go up, like they're off track in the middle, but they are on track again back up top, and that's slightly throwing off my sense of timing. Because, of course, getting back on the top track yanks the platforms a little bit higher towards the ceiling, but it also throws off the expected rhythm of the drop a little bit, compared to if they were just off track the whole time and falling normally. So that seems to be the issue when I'm trying to read that location, and we'll just try to fix that up as cleanly as we can. Okay. Up we go. Is there a way to play old 50 Hz CRT systems on US 4K TVs, like things that were made for the PAL region, if that was the 50 Hz standard? I'm not the one to ask about that. Okay, there we go. Finally. I need to take it on the way down and then just jump off of it. No. Yeah, I want to jump, rescue myself from that platform, and then I can get on top of that platform a little bit earlier as it's going up, because then that prepares my location horizontally. I think I know how to adjust my approach to that one. You will need to jump once to save yourself, and then on the way back up the platform, you jump to the blue platform to the left. Last time you tried a Wii with an RGB cable, you were missing the bottom 10% of the screen. That is very unfortunate. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what the current situation is with compatibility with systems designed for 50 Hz PAL. That's just not something I kept up with. Okay, there we go. And then it's going to be a shorter jump, and then a jump right away over to the platform on the left. So. We haven't even hit checkpoint 1 yet, so this may take a bit more work. Josh Bones, welcome. And Mamuga, I will read the block of text later, when I do have a moment between platforms. Okay. Josh Bones, it's going alright. We're going to be closing the queue reasonably soon, since I can't stay quite as long as usual, but it is still open for now, so hopefully we can get you in, Josh Bones, before we close up. Thank you for a thicker milkshake. Okay, let's go over here. Who doesn't love a thicker milkshake? I can think of a specific character in the film that There Will Be Blood that probably doesn't love a thicker milkshake. But for most purposes, most people, a thicker milkshake will do just fine. Whoa, no, too quick. And yeah, fantastic film. Been a while since I last saw it, in fact. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow is of course on board with that. And hello, thanks Grandpa. Thank you for the submission. We'll hopefully get to you reasonably soon. Although things can run a bit long on my stream since I don't really enforce a hard time limit for levels depending on how we're progressing and how we're doing generally. So hopefully we'll get to you in a reasonable amount of time. For what it's worth, you added a real short one? Yeah, that's fine. And if it seems like your level is a while away, I never call random on this stream. So if you know you're a couple spots back, you're totally welcome to go AFK or swap between streams or do whatever. As long as you're here and able to speak in chat when your level is called up, things will be fine. So, you know, realistically with viewer levels, I don't expect people to be like hyper attentive 100% of the time. Particularly when there's a lot of repetition of segments that I am not really getting much better at. This is probably the most standing still that I've done in a Mang level in some time. Well, actually, that's not true, because there was a lot of timing in stepping on Sonic that you could plan for, so... Never mind, scratch that statement. That's not at all the case. Oh look, 3 1-ups for Endless. How convenient. It's almost like there's a fake out of some sort coming. We know there is a checkpoint after Yellow Pipe, so... And on our switch, we know that there's a particular location that is going to be safe. Okay, nope. That's okay. That's what the checkpoint's for. You put that 1 coin at the beginning and you forgot coins exist. Yes. A likely sequence of events. Okay, down we go. We'll just be a bit more careful here. Nope. I knew that's what the blue block was for, and I still hesitated a bit too much, so... We'll correct that. Plenty of space, as you can see, to get down through there. As long as we don't take some of the sillier deaths before that. Yeah, we can just run left with no consideration of timing, given that we would push against a block from the side if we're a bit early, and it's okay to be a bit early as long as we're not too late. There we are. And here we go again. I don't know if I can do that without any kind of jump, looking at the timing there. Maybe if my timing going into that dash is slightly better. Luckily, this early segment is not hard to recreate and redo once we understand how to manage it. Yeah, I feel like we need to get in as the platform is going up. That's how we do it. Okay, there we are. Just going to avoid overshooting. And I want to get up here at this point, actually, just to give myself a bit more time. Blue platform is going to go up. It's going to hit the ceiling, drop me on the mole. I'd bounce on top of the mole, get back on the platform, and jump towards the door. Let's do it. Nope. I can skip them all. Okay, that's fine too. Okay, checkpoint number 2. I can stay alive here a little bit longer. You can't really do that in the second segment, though. What you can do is get on top of the POW when it lifts you. Oh, you can kind of do that. Okay, this is a safe location. Just trying to pull the camera up, but I am going to be dragged back down, so... Yeah, I need to do that bit a bit faster, I think. We'll try that again. And just see how things go. It is a very cool level. This is an older one by your Yogurt Hose or Meng. January 2020, I think I read. So this is part of Meng's earlier period. Yeah, catch the platform as it's going up, then run under. And I don't want to jump, I just want to dash off of that directly. And then that will take me up the last pipe, so... Nope, not quite. Okay, given the current situation, queue will close when I bring up the next level. So, consider this last call. I'm going to finish out the rest of this level. I'm going to plug in the next one, and then queue will close. I usually don't close nearly this early, but I do have some scheduling to juggle on my end, which makes it difficult for me to run a long stream today, so... And we'll see. Hopefully things settle down a bit by late September. Blue Blur, may you ask, how do you get more people to play your levels? Ask Nova actually is the answer. So Blue Blur Supernova, who is in the stream here, really kind of took off this year. Was a maker who was kind of getting a decent, medium-sized number of plays up until a level totally broke out back in, I want to say, February or March or so? A little before April Fools. And Supernova has been absolutely on fire with the plays ever since. Proving that it is still possible for people to develop a big following at this point in the lifespan of the game. And yeah, it helps that the levels are fantastic. Sometimes that doesn't get rewarded, Josh Bones, but I think this is one case where, you know, the plays are going to the right stuff. That was dangerous, but we did it. Down and back up. Choke potential in this segment is extremely high, as you can see. And yeah, Josh Bones making for team, of course. You submitted a Team Jamp level, I believe. It's a good way to reach like-minded players. And also connect with like-minded makers who will show you some levels that you will probably like if you build net style yourself. And up we go. L64, I don't know if there's such a thing as a team traditional, simply because a lot of people who make in the traditional style, for obvious reasons, do kind of gravitate towards things like the Super World format and have pretty big self-contained lists on their own. But that is a good question. I mean, we have a lot of great traditional style makers here as well. And you're new to Team Jamp, but you've made a lot of shell levels. Yeah, Josh Bones, I think I've seen some of your shell levels on some other streams. I'm thinking probably like on Beachin's stream or something. Like somebody who would play a lot of shells. Whoops. Not the right timing here. And here we go. Okay. Up we go. Now it's funny because I dug up an old VOD of playing one of Supernova's older levels back before I knew who he was. And at that point, he wasn't yet a Supernova, he was just a Nova. His handle at that point was just Nova SMM, I think. There's a little bit of Supernova lore for you. Okay, top of the flag, and I'm going to Mistador. Looking at the platform, though, I don't think that looks reachable as a hard mode door, but of course with Mang you can never quite tell with the upward momentum that you're building from the platform, so I think that might just be throwing me off, but let's stamp a like on it. We can also look at the preview screen, more info to see where that door is potentially matched. I don't see that door matched anywhere, to be honest. So just aesthetic, okay, you think, as far as you recall. Yeah, because I don't see anywhere that that would be matched to. Also notice that even though you built with a half tile on the bottom, you have some of the ground blocks on the ceiling layer having the doodads stick out. That just caught my attention for some reason. Also notice that the creator record time here has yet to be surpassed. The world record is behind the creator time. Anyway, we'll mark that as a win. So for anybody new here, we do typically alternate between next and sub next. I don't know if we have subs in here today. I think we do. Yeah, but once I bring in Mail64's code, we're going to close the queue. And then I will try to get through everybody as long as you check in chat when I do call you in. So, Silver Soul Taker, thank you for sneaking that one in right as we have last call. And that's going to be WK31B8 9RF. And yeah, Silver Soul Taker, that's why I give you a warning for last call, so you can get those codes in. Crossroads Cave. It's your most popular level by quite a margin from July 2020. Let's close up. I'm going to take a moment to update the stream title and make sure the bot is displaying accurately and everything. And one moment while we just reset Warp World. Crossroads Cave. Find a power up to breeze through. This is in NSMBU, so I suspect repellers. Easy, but being complacent is deadly. And yeah, as usual from Mail64, multiple paths to work with. We'll pick something and roll with it. And give it a spin. Of course I'm going to check this. Okay, no. Oh, okay. There we are. Bricks up top. That's suspicious. Some of these layouts look awfully 1-2-ish. You know, with these columns here and this thing here. Different kind of proportion, of course, but... And no more power up for me. Whoops. I was about to say, of course I'm going to check the red pipe, but... Green pipe I see is open up top. Level 1-2 of the Super World, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Blue Blur, I see no reason to expect a star just yet, but... We can check for coin blocks. I knew it. I knew you would do it. It's always satisfying when I expect some kind of Nintendo-like element and guess at it, and it's actually there. It's very satisfying. Especially from traditional makers who clearly take the original Nintendo-style principles really seriously. And like to emulate those, even if they're not a very good fit for the incentive structure of Mario Maker. Okay, pipe is open up top, obviously. I don't see a way to get up there currently. Not gonna fool around with triple jumps or anything, so... Although, because we're stylish... not that I know how to do this very well, but okay. Hang on. We can totally do it. Okay, not enough distance. Let's not mess around with that too much. It's been a while since I've done anything like that in SMBU, I think, but... Need a proper Kaizo warm-up at some point. Maybe. Yeah, not enough height to work with in that jump over there anyway, so we'll take the checkpoint. And not enough room to stop this. Oh, a little bit of room. Yeah, all of the pipes that have open tops make me wonder what's up top, but I think it's just that you're building with the half screen, given that the camera is totally constrained and isn't moving up as I'm going up to the top section, so. But as you can see, you can go over, because that's how you would grab the whole 30 coin segment up there. How you get up there is probably dependent on something I do not have. Especially because you have this exit pipe that's clearly connected to some entry pipe in the subworld. I strongly suspect, in fact, that it's going to be off this platform. Nope, guess not. If you did have something like the propeller at this point, though, you could also go under, grab the 50 coin, and then come over here to grab that pipe. So we're missing a couple of things. Anyway. 1-ups, fire flowers. Sure, might as well pop that. Just checking around a little bit. I feel like this would be open to a triple jump. But we don't really have room to do it here. I mean, notice the heartbeat music up top, implying something. And can we get up the ceiling here? Yes, we can, but we missed a lot of stuff, as you can see. However, if we... Oh, okay, no, we did hit the ceiling over there, so I can't go through that pipe. That is just a decorative exit, as far as I can tell. Minimum amount of coins is 2. Not exactly sure what you mean by minimum amount of coins, Mill, but thank you for showing me that. I feel like this is one of the few times that we've done pretty much the minimal path in one of yours, but thanks for that anyway. I really didn't pick up any of the optional stuff, but we can always return to that at some point. Thank you for the GGs. Let's hit next. And yeah, I also like, for traditional levels especially, the Nintendo principle of rewarding you for surviving up to the checkpoint. As far as the mushrooms go, so I can see why missing that would stand out for you as a traditional maker. Anyway, let's take a look at what Momuga has that is somehow Tetris themed. It's well hidden and you got better at giving hints, I see. Tetrominoes! Safety coin is fake. There is no safety here. So, this was from earlier this month, which gives it a certain kinship with the other Tetris level, that one by Minibarf. But looks like we are going to have pieces, at least in the preview image, made of ground tiles instead. So let's see. 4-minute record so far. Okay. There is definitely no safety here. I'm just looking at the platforms and finding a way up. I guess it's just platforming. But there are coins. Whoops. And can we get out? Yes, we can. And then, yeah, we just need to explore this and hunt for coins then. I think that's the implication. Whoops, no, let's not do that. It is ground tile connected to the top row, and so that is going to create an implicit wall that stops you from progressing. So you do need to be attentive to that particular rule that makes ground blocks behave differently from some other elements that you can put up there. Whoops. Actually, no, I mean, it's the top tile overall, so it is just going to block you. Whoops. Okay, let's get some of the bad attempts out of our system first. And here we go. Alright, first coin, as before. I don't know if there's anything to the left that we should be exploring for. In order to determine that, I would need to probably do this and then rethink that. Yeah, quite a lot of navigation here that is required. Oh, yeah, so that one we need to grab from the right. Let's do it when we get back here. Let's do this part first. I can totally make that. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to see where I'm going as I'm falling. But then that just, I think, makes the player sympathize with the plight of the Tetris blocks, because the Tetris blocks also don't know where they're going as they're falling. So perhaps there's a bit of emotional resonance there, whereby you identify with the Tetris block. Anyway, up here we're going to grab this guy, and that looks like we're almost back to start, except we will have this one. Now from here, we will go back to the part where we turned around earlier. I can't quite see where I'm going, so it's probably safer to go back down unless I can make this, which I can't. Maybe I can. No, not well. Not without some extra momentum going in. So let's just lower ourselves down again. We've got 4 coins accounted for so far, location-wise. And that's a fairly decent start, I think. Okay. Let's see. Whoops. Yeah, main issue is just not being able to see where you're going when you're trying to go down. But you do have the opportunity, since the spacing of these gives you a fairly decent spread over different rows as you go down. Like, you can always scout ahead a little bit just by dropping somewhere cautiously, so it's not too big an issue. You can work around it with good planning. And there's even a checkpoint, which we'll take with 2 coins remaining, because that is going to be fine. We've been warned about the lack of a safety, though. We will need to wrap around a little bit differently here. Hang on. Nope. Yeah, we just need to go up. Seems like that coin that we just passed is likely to be the final one, being the one that's closest to the door, and which we need to wrap around to a little bit later, so... Checkpoint placement looks fine to me. But we need to head up somehow. That maybe a bit of a tall order, depending on how we navigate. So. Did I even check the pipe? I must have. Oh, no, I didn't. Ah, repeatable checkpoint. Right, because that way you... Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't mind taking that coin because we know where the last one is. And it looks like it'll be a bit of work to get there. So yeah, it's a repeatable checkpoint so you can save between coins however you like. And we'll see what I can do. I wonder if there's something that would activate a P-switch for me, in fact. Because that would resolve some of the issues that we're running into in terms of figuring out how to wrap around the right side. Okay. No, we know this already. We know about this. We know we can't go left here. We can go here, but then... Do I need more momentum, maybe, to wrap around on this side? Yeah, just trying to find where I can go up at this point. I wonder if I would need to do it further to the left. Yeah, by and large, the P blocks seem to be more of a distraction than anything right now in terms of just filling space, but not really cluing me into anything, I don't think. But we'll try to make something happen here, I think. Yeah, let's just go back up and check this area. See if there's something else I can do. Yeah, it's this one here that's connected to the ceiling that presents a major obstruction. But we can wrap around this way. And that doesn't help because the other one creates a ceiling obstruction, this block to the right, so... yeah, and we don't have enough space to go over here. With the parachutes, you can have a level where you're in a game of Tetris. Male64. I highly recommend, if you want to see a Tetris implementation in this game, looking at week 3 of 5YMM, because there's a level there that actually does put you in a game of Tetris, and you kind of have to earn it. It takes a while to get to the point where you see that, but you'll see what I mean when you play that. And a lot of the people here know it, because a lot of the people here have been keeping up with 5YMM and know what I'm talking about. Hey, that's the wraparound we wanted. Okay, good. Now we continue to navigate. Okay, so that solves that problem. Partly. No. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, now what? Maybe I need tons of momentum. No, this is just the same thing I was doing earlier. Maybe I can get on top of that. 1 second. Yes, Tetromino translation, that's the one. Let's see. Okay, we know how to get on top of this stuff, but yeah, I need more speed. And then we should be able to go around this. Marvin Beach Mouse, you had to pull up pen and paper for that one. Yeah, some people did have to. I tend to keep a text file notepad handy for when I run escape rooms. That one, you know, as somebody who came in with escape room experience, that one is comparatively introductory. Like, you don't need to really be taking a whole page of notes for 3 hours or something, but at least I hope not. But there are some levels that definitely do. And yeah, if we're too close to timeout, we have to be careful with that. We don't want to take timeout. Just wondering how I can sneak over at this point. Well, this is my first time in this platform, right? So I need to scout out that location of that coin once again, because I don't know how to reach this one yet. Yeah, it is on that side, but you can go over this block over here. You can probably go right to left if you manage to get on top of the block that's above this one. Yeah, this is definitely a breakthrough, this element right here. But after that, harder to say. That doesn't seem to give you enough height. And this doesn't seem to give you enough height either. Whoops. Despite not really being a vertical climb, this feels surprisingly similar to one of those getting over it levels. Probably because it's just non-lethal, it's all about... I mean, the lava is lethal, but apart from that, it's all about not slipping, being able to gauge your jump heights and distances accurately, which, as you can see, I'm not quite doing. But being able to sneak under one tile like that is something that we're potentially looking out for. Like, that kind of jump, I feel, is something we haven't been doing enough of. The 5YMM was the only one you couldn't beat on your own. That's interesting. Yeah, I was one of the earliest playtesters on it, so I really did have to go it alone, but thankfully, you know, I had done much more cryptic stuff. If people are into escape rooms, there is a particular series of escape rooms that is some of the best stuff I have seen in Mario Maker. And it's a set of 5 by Tempest Funk. And yeah, if you want puzzles that are way, way out of the box for what you are normally asked to do in Mario Maker, in a way that's kind of similar to the Tetris level, but you know, it's kind of a mix of puzzles involving interactions and puzzles involving cryptic clues. But like I said, it's way, way out of the box. And I don't have the codes handy right now, but I really should have a command for that so I can just point people to the Tempest Funk escape rooms. Because they have too few clears on them, simply because they are quite difficult. When you playtested it, you solved it by accident first and then figured out the rooms. Yeah, I kind of did a partial solution to myself. I didn't get the giant clue that's on the right side of Tetromino Translation until after my first clear of it. I think I got everything else, but everybody seems to have occasionally 1 or 2 that they really can't quite crack, and the one for me was actually the giant one. Because I was just completely misreading it. So. Marvin Beachmouse, yes, I have cleared the Tempest Funk quintet. I did that on stream when Tempest Funk submitted that to me last year, in fact. And yeah, I think each chapter probably took me 1.5 to 2 hours. And there are 5 chapters, so... And they're not really interdependent. Like, you can do the first 4 parts independently, but then the 5th part does require you to have done the other puzzles. I don't have the code handy, but I should really dig it up. Ms. Yarrow, do you think the hardest thing... are you talking about Tetris level? Like, that there are no knowledge checks... Like, are you thinking in terms of, you know, sort of a partial solution entry, or just in terms of, like, some kind of mechanical thing that you would be asked to know? I feel like I can make that jump that I was showing off just now. And yeah, Supernova, they're definitely very different kinds of puzzle structures, I think. There are a few makers who are quite good at doing both styles. Grokowski is a very good example. But yeah, very often, like, they do play to different strengths when it comes to how the puzzle designer thinks. Okay, I think we just need to build up more speed here. Build up tons of speed. Jump over here. There we go. That's how we do it. Now we have a problem. I don't have enough speed to do this bit here. I think I need speed. That's not doable without more momentum. Because you can't go over the ceiling, right? Like, you have to fall in from the right side. I didn't know there was a ceiling tile above this, so I thought I could just jump over just fine. But I think you need to build up tons of speed. Whoops. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I totally get what you're saying there. In terms of not having the player do something interactive, that is demonstrating a partial understanding of what's going on. The reward for it is quite nice, though. And I don't just mean the final segment, but just, you know, all the things you can appreciate about the way the level is decorated. Once you just learn to read it fluently. Okay, we just need tons of speed going up that eye block, I think. Let's do this. No, need more speed. That's not necessarily going to help. But yeah, we need a bit more distance here. Okay. Supernova, I was about to say that as with all Tetris levels, there is just that universal solution here. Has the statute of limitations expired for the spoiler on that level? But, well, I mean, if we don't acknowledge it as a spoiler, then people who would be spoiled won't know it's a spoiler. Who knows? Too late now. Yeah, we need more momentum. It's not really doable any other way, I don't think, because there's no other way to approach that block where the final coin is. Like, everything is really spaced out here, but there are some things here that are very subtle precision checks in a way. Whoops. And the blue blur, we'll see if we can do that. And let's see, over here. Okay, up we go. Nope. Yeah, one additional block of running, I think. Yeah, we want to go over here. Just get one additional segment. Nope. You're super curious about the P blocks here. Yeah, I didn't think there was a P switch. It would make some things a lot easier if there was a P switch. I mean, we didn't really look at the other checkpoint room that carefully. Any level that uses Delfino Plaza is liable to hide a P block somewhere in the level. You know, Ms. Yarrow, there is a particular reason why I find that comment interesting, shall we say. And I can't quite disclose that yet. But we'll follow up on that at some point. I'll try to remember that. Okay. Now, we do have to... Whoops. Ever considered an add X minutes to current level point reward? Ginjabear, I don't think it's particularly necessary given how much time I already take. If anything, the point reward would be to subtract. Anyway. Yeah, because if you don't have a P, you can't really get there unless you just have tons of momentum, like because of the way the ceilings are completely blocked. Spin jump, maybe? I don't know. I don't see a way to do it. Because you can't really get up there with enough speed. And Josh Bones has given us a thicker milkshake, much appreciated. And this is just down to where I was able to reach before. Yeah, Momuga, if there's some kind of trick, we don't know it. Because that really does look out of reach. Now that I know about the ceiling tile above the eye block on the right, I don't see how to reach it. Yeah, I sort of agree with that, Miss Yarrow. Like, the more I look at it, I feel like that T block implies a P-switch requirement. One thing I haven't checked is the top right of the level. I don't think I've ever actually really checked the top right corner, and we can probably make it. So, same level, Josh Bones, but you just re-uploaded it. And now it has a YYY in it. So it's an even thicker milkshake than it was before. And Mill64, oh, I guess you just took the Supernova spoiler just now then, if you didn't get to the second part on your own. No, it's actually not hard to understand once you start to piece things together. Like, the more you solve, the more you understand the other clues, I would say. It's worth going back to try to find an understanding of how it actually works. Yeah, so we can probably jump to the right after we make it over that giant gap over here. Okay, whoops. And okay, up we go. And yeah, Mill64, the thing about that level is that there's quite a lot going on with making use of the geometries of the snake blocks themselves dropping, and it's the kind of thing that, you know, people are so focused on solving the thing that they wouldn't necessarily notice how much is going into making the details like that work. Mill64, the thing about, though, about, like, spoilers is that I think it's a little different when it comes to puzzle solutions. It really depends on your satisfaction in being able to piece it together on your own. Blue Blur, as far as the username goes, I'll leave that up to you. I mean, I know who you are when I get levels from you, so good enough for me. Okay. You know what? We probably could have made it up here. Hang on. You know what? Or up this side. Except now that runs into the same problem over here. Okay. Okay, we'll jump up over here. I think there must be a P-block. This is the area we haven't explored. No P-block. And yeah, Josh Bones, somebody's going to hit that. And get whacked by that deceptive clear rate out of nowhere, I'm sure. Maybe we should be looking for a P. I'm not really sure. I just don't see any other way to do it, Mamuga. Unless we just need to build up a lot more speed. But I don't think so. You know what? We know we can make that one tile thing there. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't actually played Endless since very early on in the game's lifespan. I just haven't bothered with it. I received too many good levels, basically, to think of Endless as something worthwhile. Like, I've got more than enough to play without ever touching it. I mean, that's what other streamers are for, right? If I want a taste of the Endless experience for whatever reason, there are plenty of people to watch. Okay, no, I don't think I can wrap around that. That's too low. Yeah, this thing here, too low. I don't think I can make that jump. But then, we can probably make this one, actually. Maybe that's the way to do it. Hey, there we are, at long last. Let's not die. Key death here would be unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That was far too close for comfort. No. Let's not mess around too much. Hang on. Like I was saying, I mean, technically the level description does warn you. We know the path anyway. It was really just that last coin that was taking me longer than everything else because we hadn't figured out the path. Mamuga, I'm not going to spend too long on this one, but since we do know the location of every coin, I will see if I can get that together quickly. We might even get a record. Past the current 4-minute record on this thing. Not if I play that way, though. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, with the key death, you know, I was so complacent about that because, well, there was that one coin that is just right at the checkpoint, like if you used a checkpoint on the other side, and that wouldn't have helped me at all because I would still need to make it up to the key door in that final series of jumps. And so that would not have saved me. Okay. But yeah, there's so much good content in this game. Or content that really needs a bit more of a concentrated time investment to really be enjoyed properly, and it's really hard to justify putting in the time into Endless, even if the levels you draw are reasonable. Like, much nicer to have a more direct engagement with the creator and their style, I think. Okay, let's keep going. We know there was another one here, and yeah, everything's accounted for. It's these And we'll make it over in a very risky fashion. Look at that. Going to grab this one quickly. And the other one was to the left, I believe. Okay. Alright, you see? Much more reasonable than whatever it was we were doing earlier. Same issue of not being able to see the ground, of course, but I think maybe the P blocks that are the other Tetris blocks are kind of telling us where not to go in some ways. Yeah, Genja Bear, it seemed like the idea here was to put the safety coin at checkpoint, but the issue is that it's still fairly unsafe to get from checkpoint to the key door. So design-wise, I don't think there's a particular reason. I mean, the thing about putting the safety coin at the other side of the checkpoint is that it's easy to avoid and save for last, but the problem is that saving it for last doesn't help you. Nope. And thank you to the patience of everybody in queue. I know I've been taking a while with every level here today, which maybe does not concord with the objective to run a short stream. But we'll make it work somehow. So yeah, anybody who is submitting maker codes, say, expect me to pick things that are comparatively short or easy. Just in the interest of balancing the time. And we'll get back to running longer viewer streams soon enough, I hope. Yeah, part of the thing that I have to accommodate is that the stream is getting bigger steadily. Like, we have more returning makers coming back and submitting new stuff all the time, which is great because we have a lot of good people here who have decided to stay and send me more stuff. And I get to play better and better content. The issue is that the queue is filling up faster and faster as I have been streaming viewer levels. Whoops. And yeah, PPATCO, I usually don't close this early, PPATCO, but I had to today because the queue is too long for what I can handle right now. So I am back in this time slot fairly regularly, week to week. And at this point in time during the stream, I'm typically still open. But as I was saying, as the stream is getting more popular, it's a little more difficult to keep up with the original queue policies that I had here. So 2 over here, that's fine. We'll go up and grab this one if we can. Whoops. I don't even know what's on the other side of the key door. Might be clear, might be something else. And of course, we're just going to fall directly in. Audio is stopped. Okay, yeah. Let me do a quick reset on that. Thank you for alerting me to this. It had been leaving me alone for a while, but it seems like the problem is back temporarily. And yeah, hopefully we'll get that fixed up. Okay, we're close to getting this, I hope. I mean, I know where everything is. I know how to get everything. It's just that I am falling in some unexpected locations. And Like I said, like every time I bump my head, it's kind of difficult to see where to aim, but we'll try to make that come together somehow. Yeah, a lot here that is going to depend on a bit of momentum, but we'll just try to make all of that click. And yeah, this part here we know how to do roughly. This part here we also know how to do by now after much searching. Yeah, let's try to tread a bit more carefully. Okay. At least I fell better that time. Okay. Let's reread this. Up here, that's right. It's up here. And then that gets me over to the next two. And the objective from here is to not die, so let's go down to the lower level just so I can see. And yeah, Blue Blur Toadette will be next after this attempt. Thank you for cashing that in. And thank you for the lurk. Yeah, let's be careful. We're almost there, I think. Yes, checkpoint. Okay, now let's not die on the way to the key door. And yeah, we can go over in this spot. Okay, one more, like that doesn't count as an attempt, but I mean like next time I hit the key, if we take key death, we'll bail. Because at this point we know how to do it. So the next key, whether we use it or not, will be the last key. And okay, so we'll go down this way. It is satisfying to solve the layout, though. It is like finding yourself in a maze, finding a way around, except of course the maze is just totally disconnected. So the structure of this level, you know, despite being very momentum dependent in a few places, is sort of interesting to engage with. That's okay, we'll just take this as an opportunity to maybe compete for the record time. Not very tightly, of course. And yeah, obviously, you know, the visibility when falling isn't great, but you do just have to account for that as the nature of the level. No, it's not going to be down here. Hold the camera down. I do need to go up above. And yeah. I would like to lower the camera. Can't quite do it. There is that ground block below this one. Can't see where I'm going, unfortunately. Okay, there we are. T block down here. Let's lower. Yeah, you do need to deliberately manipulate the camera to find a safe location. I mean, I don't mind that being part of the level if that's just part of the challenge of understanding this concept, but it is a bit of distance from the key to the door itself. Your brother has been in a call for 3 hours. Yeah, that's how I feel about streaming sometimes. Well, Okay, next time, Amuga, you are welcome to resend it. You are welcome to resend it. We can do it again. I'm quite close to clearing it. We'll do it next time. But it's a long queue today, so... Thank you for the semi-congratulations, I suppose. Yeah, and we can beat that time, too. I'm sure. Safety coin is fake. There is no safety here. Yeah, we were warned well in advance. We'll do it again. Just not today. And okay, let's head on down. It's going to be straight down the list at this point. Miss Yarrow. Thank you for checking in. Pyramid song. Help the Sphinx build a pyramid and she'll sing you a song. Dedicated to Noir Fantastic Maker from Japan. I haven't seen Noir around in a while, actually. Seems like a long time since I've seen a new Noir level. But then there was a period when I wasn't really playing very actively as well, so maybe I just missed something. Okay, SMB 2 allows me to pick things up. It means that if we toggle the on-off switch... Also, this is telling me something. The Sphinx is saying... It's giving me a riddle, right? The Sphinx is asking me... What has 3 tiles worth of snake blocks in the evening and no, it goes like 4 something first, right? Like what has something pyramid shaped in the morning and what has 2 trampolines in the afternoon and 3 tiles wide worth of snake blocks in the evening. I don't know, but we do know that eventually we're going to have to toggle the on-off switch so that I can pick up the trampoline over here and bring it somewhere else. Explain to me, the Sphinx says, the entire plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Maybe not today, but Kavik, welcome. And yes, Kavik, in case you're wondering, I have not forgotten about the thing that I am supposed to do. That will happen once we get through Miss Yarrow's level and some other things here. This is the pyramid. It's the empty pyramid. By the looks of it, even a little bit of sand here to let you jump. This you can pick up, but we don't know how to use that yet. Looks like we need to dump it in here. And yeah, I'll try not to reveal it. It's a little bit difficult to conceal a particular thing about it. Because of the upload, but I'll try not to like really spoil anything. And up we go. Now... Okay, I sort of lost my attention for a moment here. Yeah, we need to dump this over. Look at his face. What a face. And then we need to eventually take this over. And that's okay, because that will mean that I can... I don't even know where this goes. I guess we need to build the pyramid, yeah. So we'll just build the pyramid. Here's an excavator. And Electrodude, the decoration in Ms. Yarrow levels is always super cool. This time we don't even need to be imprisoned to demonstrate it. Yeah, I think we just take as many of these as we can and we just load them up. And I think that's the idea. And then eventually that's going to reveal the flagpole once the on-off switch has been toggled. Alternatively, I want to try something. We can't hit the flagpole yet, but... Oh, something's supposed to come here and allow you to potentially jump over, maybe. To go up the steps of the pyramid. And... okay, down we go. The level is cool. It does lack murder, as far as I could tell. That's because here everybody's already dead. Yeah, so let me just pay attention to all the springs that we can pick up along the way in case we have any other ones that will go... wait a minute. Okay, no. We can't actually hit this on-off switch with anything that will allow me to stay on the outside. I was wondering about that because then you could just stack trampolines on the other side and... yeah, we just need to build the pyramid by stacking as much as we can over here. Because of the snake block down low, everything is going to remain globally loaded in that location. And so we just need to move everything in. We have 2 more. We finished building the pyramid, and that should do some kind of switch toggle for me. So, except we need to take the next thing over. Oh, no, we can do that. Probably by doing something like this. No, by dumping it in here and taking it across. There we go. Okay, here we go. Now I need to think about what I'm missing, whether there was one earlier that I didn't hit. Everything's going to remain globally loaded, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Yeah, there's this one over here, which requires... no, the on-off switch has to be hit first before I can grab this one, so it's not going to be this yet. If anything, that has to be last. For some other purpose. Maybe. We'll see. About that on-off switch that comes later. Let me just make sure I didn't miss one in one of the obtainable locations. Did we? Okay, no, that's what the excavator is for. You do it like this, and it works like the claw. Okay, so anyway, the claw is our master. It will determine who will go and who will stay. And we'll just take this over here. And one more by the looks of it, unless there is... well, I don't know. It looks like a pyramid to me. So I don't know if there actually is one more required, but we'll go back. Is there some kind of swap? Yeah, that's interesting. It is once again entity tech, where if you are running between different zones, certain springs are going to despawn as you run out of range and respawn when you walk back in. If you stack them all on the pyramid, everything remains globally loaded. Once everything remains globally loaded, then you are past the limit that allows the blocking piece to spawn from that pipe. That's how it works. Music segment. And, oh, Pyramid Song, yeah. It's the title. I mean, the level is literally Pyramid Song, so... we are taking that for no reason. Oh, no, so we can listen to it again. Yeah, no, we'll do it. And, okay, forward we go. Now, let's see, we're still in the reversed area, so what we need to do is just reverse back to daytime and see if we know how to get on top of the flagpole. And that is a clear, so thank you for that. Very interesting use of entity limit overloading in a very aesthetically driven concept, as we often expect from Ms. Yarrow. Yeah, very neat. I mean, you know, one of those demonstrations that people are definitely not done with squeezing all they can out of using entity limits in a very stylish and memorable way, so thank you for that. And it's quite comprehensible even if you don't understand the underlying mechanics, I think. I mean, people wouldn't have to know to run back to the beginning of the level, but I guess that's, in theory, just going back to the Sphinx and telling the Sphinx that the task has been completed. The pyramid, of course, was in a dialogue bubble, like the Sphinx was requesting that you build it. Yeah, I'm way out of touch with Radiohead these days. I know some of the early stuff, but I don't even know what they've been up to in the past decade or more, I think. Let's mark that as a win, and let's move down the list. I didn't see what I finished on with the timer. I know it was quite close, but I didn't actually look at how many seconds were remaining. Inspector Tequila, if you would like to check in. Let me just see if they are, in fact, online. And Blubler, you used your channel points to unlock the GG emote. I thought I saw you use it earlier. I think it might be... like, it's something that has a time limit on it for sure, but I think it's usually a day. You should be able to see it. Inspector Tequila does not appear to be checking in, so let's move on. Yeah, the thing about Radiohead is that from the 90s onwards, I would say, like, a lot of jazz people know Radiohead. They're probably the most influential rock band in terms of material making it into the jazz world, like within the past 20 years. Due in part to a couple of really influential artists that were drawing on their work and really digging into the harmonies, because the chord structure of a lot of what Radiohead does is extremely rich. Like, you can tell that they come from a classically trained background, so. Great and mighty Waffle Captain, it is indeed your turn, and we'll plug in 1FU RF2 HMG. Yeah, Brad Meldau in particular is the piano player who does tons of Radiohead. He did a fairly well-known recording of Paranoid Android on solo piano that was very interesting. I know he likes to bring out exit music for a film on a lot of gigs as well, but yeah, he's the main person who's associated with that, but a lot of other musicians work on it as well. Particularly the younger set. The Pipe Network's treasure. This interconnecting pipe system hosts 10 bitcoins. Find 4 of them to win. Let's do that. Clear condition attached to it, I see. High clear rate, but 3 minutes or so on the record. Also a very new level from just a few hours ago. Very new upload, I should say. And, you know, we were talking about There Will Be Blood earlier on a stream. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Johnny Greenwood work on the score to that, as he typically does for Paul Thomas Anderson, or am I mistaken? Because I feel like it was Johnny Greenwood. Okay, EX in this room. Maybe that's expert level, maybe that's something else. We need to look for the 10 coin though, so let's see what we can do. One thing I've noticed here is that since these are both breakable, and they don't seem to have a vine inside them, if you don't grab the coin on this attempt, you are probably kind of in trouble in terms of locking yourself out. 4 10 coins, also 4 pink coins, interesting. Yeah, I think you do lock yourself out of the pink coin if you are not careful. This also really looks like it's supposed to be a takeoff point for the Tanuki Leaf. Yeah, I don't know if... I don't know anything about Radiohead fandom, really. I just know some of the music. So I don't know if their contingent in Italy is representative of what they're like generally. Now, we can ride the bone shell down to the pipe in the bottom. I do want to check what this location is all about first. And yeah, it looks like another potential flight location, to be honest. So maybe there's somewhere in this maze that we need to traverse in order to get the Tanuki Leaf. Now, okay, let's do this. And, okay, nice gentle reset here, telling us, of course, where the 10 coin is located. We do need to make it across all of those blades. And, yeah, I can see why there's a clear rate that's fairly high on this now. Just need to bounce our way across gently and then go invincible. Whoops. Radiohead superfans will make you smell their own farts. I appreciate the warning. I'll be sure to wear a mask. Keep up some social distancing. Okay, EX is done. So there seemed to be a lot in that section that I didn't see because I didn't have the leaf. Or something else I could fly with. I don't know if that was... Oh, this is exit. I thought it was like EX for expert or something. No, that's okay. We'll do the other sections. Blue Blur, I think other people here are more than qualified to explain to you the concept of Radiohead. Okay, similar kind of entry zone here, except we don't have something like a stiletto to punch through that. Or something to get me through the bricks on the right side, so... Yeah, oh, stiletto is here. Great. Okay, goodbye, Bone Shell. Don't need you anymore. And, oh, yeah, so that's how we're going to make our way up. Yeah, so this is the upper part of the section we saw earlier, I think. If you look at the one-way panels on the right side, or... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. This is wrong. 10 coin over there, though, so let's reset through here. And Remmers, welcome. And Mail64, thank you for coming by and submitting earlier. You have a good night on your end. So we need to stop these gently, without taking too many out at once. Yeah. Not really going to see that on the first try, but then that's what a fairly gentle reset is for. We just stop all this. Try not to kill all the munchers. But they're going to drop. And then this is gated, but it looks like we need a P-switch activation in order to get through that other segment we saw earlier. Maybe. I didn't check the door that was on this side, or did I? Pipe over here. Key door, of course, is the red coin exit, although we only have one pink coin so far, so... Stiletto would take you through there, but we don't want to do that because you would die. That does look like a bone shell location, in fact. Okay. That's fine. And that's also fine. Great. Progression. 10 coin over here requires Bone Shell plus Spiny Hat. So we need to keep in mind which item is available in which room, because... oh, no, or we could poke this thing. Maybe it'll just give me the Bone Shell. No, it'll give me a pipe. And this will... Okay, no, you need to stack them in such a way that you're going to escort an object over. The object you're going to escort is the Koopa shell, so let's reset through here. And take all that out. Eventually the Koopa will make it over to the P-switch, and then we get the 10 coin. And all will be well. Okay, pretty neat. We did miss one pink coin in one of the other sections. Bomb is just going to walk around over here. Interesting. I don't think the bomb does anything for me other than potentially... there is the potential that the... No, it's fine. I was thinking, okay, is it possible to have the bomb, say, ignite over here? Yeah, because if you jump on it and you push it, if the bomb is within range of the 10 coin drops, and then it would, I think, count as consumed even if you have not found a way to receive it. Like, if the bomb starts in this location, jump on a bomb, kick the bomb, bomb blows up, the 10 coin, I think, becomes unobtainable. But I may be wrong. We will need to get a bone shell to check that section again for that last 10 coin. I do want to check for the other pink coins, though, because we didn't see all of them yet. Yeah, whenever you have bombs, Great and Mighty Waffle Captain, you do need to be careful about them permanently destroying coins. Ah, here's the Tanuki Leaf. There we go. And, of course, all the power-ups are going to stack nicely, so we have 90 seconds. Tanuki Leaf allows me to whip. Come on. Also allows me to whip this stuff over here. I should probably just fly through that, but let's take a look at the door first. Okay. Nope, lost that. So yeah, it's actually at least 410 coins, so you do have a couple of different options in terms of what to take. You don't need to get 100% in this level, basically. But then, am I able to drop over here? Yes, I am. Okay, let's take the exit. Normally I would do all the optional content, but just given the length of the queues day, I probably will not, if I'm able to get clear now. I would at some point like to see the rest of the level and collect the remaining pink coins. But Great and Mighty Waffle Captain, if you resubmit it at some point, you're quite welcome to, and we'll take a look at all that. For now, I'll just grab a clear, and we'll have seen this once, the simple way. But yeah, it would have been interesting to do more of this and kind of sweep it for 100%, but it's kind of nice that the clear condition is comparatively lenient to let you get out while having seen it partly. And like I said, I would like to go back to this at some point, but for now we'll just move on. Really dense layout. But yeah, quite like the power-up progression for all that, so... 10 big coins and you find 4 of them. Yeah, I forgot about the total number. But that would be something to consider for another time. And I'm sure you've seen many, many different routes at this point, so... yeah, very enjoyable. Thank you for that. Yeah, there was a lot I didn't see. I'm just thinking of some of the gates where I could have used certain power-ups, but didn't because I didn't go back to those locations. Luca. Yeah, hopefully we get through everybody before too long. This stream is going to run too long, but that's okay. It's actually much less okay than usual because I do have something I need to take off for in a few hours, but anyway, Moonlight Riptide. Very new upload from Luca. Control the tide and drift along this mechanical lake. Let's see what's going on. It's going to be dark underwater, at least in part. Okay. Was there a particular reason I wanted to hit the light? We'll find out. For the conveyor belt. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, the conveyor belt does gate you because you can't actually ride it on the surface. Yeah. Interesting way of making an underwater gate. I've seen that before, but wouldn't have known 100% whether that's secure. But yeah, so as with usual Luca maze levels, you progress through it, you find the on-off switches, you just find your way around to different parts of the maze. Whoops. I was about to read your message, Blue Blur, about you must make the clear rate such and such, and that's when I nearly ran into the Spiny, right there. Let's not double tap that. Let's just go to the gates. And arrow pointing right, but conveyor's pointing left, so we'll do this. I wonder what's over here. Nothing. A lot of note blocks here, though, to give you, well, note blocks to look at from time to time. The lighting system, of course, is just coming mainly from the stars. Okay, so we will head over in just a moment. Yep, there we go. Looks like something can drop through here, unless it is decorative. Okay, checkpoint in this location. And yeah, let's see what that bumper is all about. It's a bunch of coins and not much else except... Yeah, look at this area here. It has a little heart shape to it. Same with the one on the right. This is a very nice looking theme. Now that I pay some attention to it. I mean, scarcely used, you know, just between dealing with NSMBU as well as Dark Underwater. In some ways it's sort of underused, given aesthetically how nice it is to look at. So yeah, we do eventually want a mushroom or something to bust through that. Okay, no, we just needed to sink under the twister. Nice little one-way gate there, in fact. We will eventually want to grab the mushroom. I don't know if this can be detonated, but I think it will have to be unless we find some other way to break it, like with a spike ball. Like with this spike ball. Okay. We'll get over here. And here we go. And yeah, we do need spike balls at some point, but we're going to wrap our way around the maze and grab the mushroom, which we knew we needed for the other on-off switch earlier. And so a little bit of foreshadowing here as far as the progression goes. That's going to drop a spike ball, I'm sure. Yes, exactly. And we'll just follow it down. Eventually. That's going to break things open. Let's not drop in there. That looks like a bit of a hazard. And that will conveniently break for me to move in here. Fire Flower is eventually going to be our progression tool on either side. Gold to the right, something more interesting, I'm sure, on the left. Let's not do that. However, I'm sure you hedged against it somehow, so we'll just move over here. This is gated, so let's go back. Until we have harnessed the power of fire somewhere in here. Yeah, let's not die. Let's not die. Okay. That was a bit of a close call. We could go down, but why when we can grab a 30 coin at great personal peril instead? The idea for this level started because of the Dark Underwater NSMBU being underused, yeah. As good a motivation as any. Let's not do that. And that requires Fire Flower, which is going to be on the left side. We'll grab that now. And hopefully we won't bump into anything that will make me lose it immediately. We can also escort the Spike Ball not very far. And take some of the Spiny Gates out while I'm at it. I can see that if I accidentally lost a power-up, it would be fairly easy to get lost here, especially after a few on-off state switches, but I'm sure that's been accounted for somehow. Yeah, especially, for example, if you take damage and then don't get to hit the on-off switch at all. I'm not having unlocked that, but let's be careful. And perhaps even a little quicker. The lights are a bit lower now, of course, given what's going on with the on-off switching. Can I go back here? Yes, I can. Because the conveyor was gating me here earlier, and so we'll just pass right by. Same with this guy. Oh, that looks like it's going to hit the on-off switch again, actually. Oh, no, maybe not. It's blocked by something in the middle. That's how that's prevented. Yeah, and that's the end of the maze. So we had actually seen everything on the left side, because that's where we came from for this final series of interactions. So, there we go. There's the win. Blue Blur will bring up the Maker ID in just 1 second if you want to take a look at it. And I'll punch it into the chat. Okay, thank you for that. Nowhere near the current record. And yeah, Blue Blur, let me take a look at Luca's Maker ID. Like Luca has heard me say many times already, the nice thing about a lot of these levels is that they feel much more like a Maker 1 attitude to doing these open designs that aren't really scroll locked, but just kind of flow continuously through the layout. And if anything, we don't see much of that done in a very polished form anymore, so... Yeah, Silver Soul Taker will hopefully be a bit more accommodating on another session. Thank you for dropping by anyway and for attempting to submit, and I appreciate you staying here even if we couldn't get to you today, so... And Sninjar, welcome. Okay, let's take a look at what's next. Yeah, Sninjar sent a really interesting puzzle yesterday that I only barely got started on. I will not have time to continue it today, though, but we'll try to get that in somehow. But for now, we'll take a look at Nintenium. Nintenium has sent me something else. Abandoned Palace, 20 seconds, 2.12. Yeah, well, let's do it. I can see some throwing markers and spinning markers already. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Stinjar, I plan to continue a puzzle at some point. It will not be today because I will not have time to take anything extra at the end. Okay, we need to remember that we have 20 seconds here. I do need to go fast. And then we need to throw up. And then after we throw up, we need to clean up after ourselves. But we also need to toss the object vertically. Not that object, the other one. And Luca, your levels also look good in the panorama. I need to pay attention. Yeah, I remember noticing that with some of the previous levels. I don't really always make much of a habit of looking at the more info screen, and I really should for people who design intricate layouts like that. Okay, we'll bop that, and we'll try to continue that way. Major, welcome. So yeah, Major, hope you've been enjoying the past week of watching people be yeeted by clowns. It is going to be short bounce, long bounce. I do know that. My execution was just a little bit off. And yeah, need to be getting out of that right away when I hit the shell. I was just slightly late. Yeah, the early parts are getting a bit more fluent, though. I mean, if you just go fast and hold right, apart from the part where you need to throw the object up, things are timed pretty nicely here. And then I need to make those jumps, obviously, and not let go of that until I toss. Yeah. The thing about levels that are dependent on an indicator sometimes is that I do have a habit of just doing my own thing, even if it's not indicated. So, like, the issue is not reading indicators. The issue is remembering not to do stuff when there's nothing telling you to do stuff, like, you know, throwing objects everywhere. Whoops. Stumbled a bit here. You need to throw, but I don't know about that shell that you're supposed to hit with that throw. Haven't read that segment very accurately yet. And Josh Bones, I mean, I guess one of the unexpected benefits of sitting in a queue for a while is that you've got plenty of time to polish that off before I get to it. Lost a YYY in Claude. Yeah, I don't know if that was worth it. Yeah, Major, as soon as you... I mean, I saw some of the comments about the consistency, and it is definitely not the level's fault. I think the thing that throws people off is that you have to adjust in the Clown Yeet level to the parts that don't set you up with the one-way panel. You need to notice when there's no one-way panel. If you know there's no one-way panel and you adjust accordingly, everything works fine. I suspect the people complaining about consistency either have input lag issues with bouncing in general, or were caught off guard by only having the one-way panels sometimes. And I think that's fine. Like, the level teaches you what you need to know. And I felt the same way with the Chaser level from Chirisu. From back in week 2, I think. Where, yeah, it's a hard interaction, it's new to everybody, but if you actually pay attention to what the level is trying to teach you, you can get it very, very consistently. Just with a bit of practice. Okay, let's pay attention to this one in the meantime. Whoops, yeah, just missing this guy here. So if you throw that I mean, from that throw location, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hit the next shell. It's kind of unclear to me, but we'll attempt that. The thing about the tracks that denote a throw is that they're so large that if you're off-center, sometimes it's difficult to tell how sensitive that's going to be to being off-center. And I'll try to do it, of course. Try to let go a bit more cleanly, too. Yeah, partly a muscle memory thing here, given how it's going. And yes, Major, you should be proud of that level. Tons of fun. Nope. Losing time here. So the shell is going to get trapped between the one-way panel and the muncher. I think we need to bounce on the shell that's given to me there, and then... yeah, we'll have 2 shell bounces, I think. Let me try one thing. No, if you jump into it, you do catch it. So I wonder if I'm supposed to pick up the next shell then, or what's going on there. So... Sningjar, Major's level is Clown Yeet, which is in week 4 of 5YMM. Sningjar, if you like one-screen puzzles, I don't know if you know Major, but Major has lots of really good one-screen puzzles as well. And Sningjar also makes one-screen puzzles, which is why I'm making that recommendation. I feel like I'm supposed to pick that up, aren't I? But I just don't really know because of the shell placement there. Yeah, because if you kill it, so what's the point? I can spin on it, yes, that's true. It's just that I'm throwing in that location as well, so I hadn't really considered that. Nope, missed that. We need to figure this out anyway. P-Switch is going to time me out here, but yeah, everything's going to wake up. Yeah, because clearly the one shell is going to get trapped. It is going to be the shell that I throw. I need to use 2 shells. Yeah, because you need to carry the next one forward, right? So... right now I don't see how the pickup is supposed to work. Are you supposed to catch it falling? I wasn't looking at it falling, actually. Maybe you're correct. Yeah, I think maybe the issue is that because I'm missing that jump and hitting my head on the ceiling, I'm not getting there fast enough to deal with the next shell. I think that's the answer here. Thanks, Grandpa. Thanks, Grandpa. Whoops. Yeah, I'll easily catch the falling shell if I just don't miss the timing. Whoops. Yeah, because I fire and then... after I fire, I will be able to catch the next one, so we just need to make sure I hold a full jump going into that. Okay. Nope, not quite. Throw it left, and yeah. The release on that later shell should just take care of itself then. Nope, too late. Yeah, I'm supposed to catch it right after I release the first one, as I'm mid-jump. I think that's the only way to do it. Nope. Directional mistake over there. Yeah, getting up off the red blocks there is the main issue I'm running into, as you can see. And we'll ease up on that as well. I'm going a little bit too soon on the bone shell now, so... Still a little too soon. Nope. Not quite. So yeah, just need to get back there somewhat more consistently so we can try the timing properly. And as you can see, the reversal is just giving me a little bit of trouble here with input accuracy. It took me a long time to understand, like I had to play a lot of levels in this style to understand that holding a full jump when you release is so important to a lot of these throwing setups. Because initially, when I was first starting to stream Mario Maker, I definitely didn't have that in muscle memory because, you know, standard platformers and standard Mario games never really ask you to do that. Like the full jump while throwing, so... I mean, you can do that, but it's never something that they really expect, and so that was something kind of new. Yeah, still much too slow going into that area. Much, much too slow. I don't know if there's a good way to clean up how I'm getting off of that row of red blocks at the end over here. Because as you can see, I'm just consistently stumbling. I need to jump, probably, and we'll just practice this jump. Yeah, I need to jump sort of in the middle there, instead of hitting the wall like I've been doing. Because that's the main hindrance. That's been throwing me off in terms of time. So that's the right idea. That's the right timing. I just didn't get the full jump. And yeah, that's the one thing I needed to fix, was just getting onto that level. Nope. And the catch goes all right from there. I can just kind of do it by instinct and trust the level to line things up for me. Let's let up a bit on that jump. Okay. Yeah, still need to do the full jump there. I'm hedging on that a bit, probably because I'm expecting to overshoot the shell by going too high, the second shell. But if I get there with good timing, I shouldn't have to adjust like that. A full jump should be just fine. And that's still at about the halfway point out of the 10-second total, so we've got some ways to go. Nope. That is a pretty tight corner there, with all the spikes protruding. No, I need to throw because that would give me the next bounce location, and that's how you get out of there, so... Getting closer. Okay. Nope. Yeah, just a couple things to clean up here. A lot of throwing accuracy. And jumping accuracy, for that matter. Anyhow. Yeah, we'll see how things go from here. Wow, we still have a fairly lengthy queue to get through after this one, too. But we'll see. Like I said in advance, I am hoping to keep up my usual commitment of going through everybody who queued before closing, especially because I closed so early today. And you've been waiting so long and so patiently. I just may not be able to spend as long per level, and yeah, we'll see, because some things can always just be resubmitted for continuation next week if we don't do them very well. This one, I should be able to push a bit further on. Let's try to make it work. Okay. No, you need to throw it all the way. And then it's going to be a recatch and then throw again before the bomb ignites. No, throwing that one too late. Because you do need to throw them early enough to collect all the coins. That's one thing that I didn't keep in mind. I assume the coins are required given the level's length, the speed that everything is happening at. There we go. Missed that one. Will I be streaming tomorrow? No, Blue Blur, I will not. But the day after tomorrow, I will be streaming more levels from 5YMM. So that will be on the Monday PM, Tuesday AM stream. That's the next one after this one. Tomorrow, I will not be streaming. Tomorrow, in fact, I will be quite busy. Whoops. Yeah, next week is going to be a little bit sparse in terms of streaming as well because of some travel disruption with my schedule, so. As I was saying to people earlier in the stream, next week I'm expecting I'll probably only be able to do one viewer level session instead of the usual two. But we'll announce more about that as we go. Nope, too late on the throw. Okay, over here. Nope. Okay, up we go. Too late. Notice that Nintenium is absolutely stacked with gold medals. I don't know if I've pointed that out previously when Nintenium submitted to the stream, but I've been noticing that because we've had so many reset stats. Nope, missed the coins. And that, of course, I've been seeing the username a lot with all the medals next to it. Okay. Nope, missed one. Yeah, we do need to throw, kick. I mean, following instructions, of course, is not my forte. So, we'll see how close we can get in a reasonable amount of time. Nintendo, you've been doing lots of endless and some first clears, I see. Yeah. I would have assumed that a lot of them would have been from playing. But yeah, golds all the way down the line. Missing all the coins. That's okay, we'll practice this, and I threw too late when things collided directly with the piranha plants. You do need to throw in order to get the bomb to survive on the way through for the second throw that will come afterwards. Yeah, Blue Blur. I mean, Blue Blur, the 5YMM levels for this week are going to be releasing fairly soon. The official launch of the trailer will be in a few hours. And that's going to be what we'll feature 2 days from now, but, you know, lots of levels to play in the meantime. Nope. Starting to slip a little bit, unfortunately. You won't be able to do anything on your Switch for a while. Are you just out of battery life, or you have a more serious hardware issue? Nope, missing every coin. Almost. Yeah, we're only really at about halfway points. I guess after you get through the piranhas, you're going to be at about 5 seconds. And then, presumably, you need to get through a key door after that. Yeah, you need to release pretty much immediately. Big game update tomorrow night. For what game? Big game update. Like a patch for something else you play, or? Something else entirely. Nope. Oh, for Fortnite, okay. I have, at this point, actually still never played Fortnite. But it's one of those things where, you know, even if it's free, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll make the time to try it, so... I guess time is kind of the bigger constraint. Alright, Nintendo, we'll give this a few more tries. I'm, of course, willing to continue it, given that we are learning it as we go. I think this is very doable for me. I'm just kind of short on time today, and I do want to see the rest of the queue. I am having fun with it, but just a lot that I need to clean up along the way. Nope, missing every coin. And yeah, after that, I guess you need to throw the bomb upwards. The bomb will stay alive long enough for you to do an up throw in that final area, and then there will be another coin after that, probably right around the door. Missing one coin. Yeah, I'm losing momentum there when I'm letting go. I should actually be keeping up at full speed. Okay, still missing that. SDGML, it's going very well, except of course we're running way over time as usual, despite my commitment to try to keep the stream short. Because I do need to get some sleep at some point, but also have some other things to take care of before I sign off today. Missing every coin as usual. And you need to do a short bounce and an up throw, but I think a short bounce with full momentum is enough to get you over without landing on that then. Nope. Bad throw over there. Okay, we'll try to get in like at least one more solid attempt and then... Yeah, I just spent way too long on everything today. But we'll try to get through the rest. Make sure people get a fair hearing for their submissions. Nope. Okay, that's one of the closer ones I've seen so far. Nintentium, you are welcome to resubmit this. I feel like I'm reasonably close. I would like to finish it. We might also do an unfinished business stream, since I've been leaving a lot uncleared lately. That every now and then, once every few weeks, I do a stream where I just make sure I get the clears and stuff that was left unfinished in viewer levels. So that especially applies to the people left in queue today if I do have to bail out on certain things early. I do like to finish as much as I can, like if it is within my ability. And sometimes if it just spills over to a different stream, that's what happens, and you'll see my notification on the clear and you'll know where to find me. But if we don't do that, do resubmit it. Yeah, world record pretty close to the 20 seconds at the end, as you can see. Not much flexibility, but the level is pretty tightly tuned, so thank you for that. Okay, let's get through what we can. SDGML, you had the week off work. That was nice. Yeah, I guess it would have been a continuation of the Labor Day weekend. Blue Blur, let's take a look at BCJ. T78, FMG. Switch jumping. From June. Wall jump. Yeah, that's all that's going to be. It's wall jumps and then wall jump back up once you hit that. Okay, and then that's going to be safe coming up here. Whoops, nope. Starting to slip a bit. And then we navigate. Oh, okay. Luckily that was salvageable. If you guessed poorly, that is the kind of thing that could go pretty badly. No, I don't want to hit it twice. I want to go over to the wall. After that, there we go. Then hug that. And then shell switching as usual. Okay, let's read this rhythmically. And there we go. While the shell remains loaded. Now, we're within range of the shell, but it will despawn at a certain point, given that it is just on top of the ground blocks. And then do we want to go up there? Probably not. Or, oh, I guess so. And then we probably needed to ground pound that. Yep, we can do that. And we're through. Snake blocks are going to take me somewhere with a U-shaped pattern. Okay. Nope. Reasonably close, but we do need to redo this. And up we go. You know what? We'll just hang out here. Yeah. 4 blocks of length for this one is maybe a little bit tight to try to do, but we'll do this. This is meant for ground pounds, obviously. Slide down gently to make sure we're not just falling into the abyss. And then key over here. Okay, so yeah, eventually we come out with the key after a different segment. I can put this on and then I can throw another one, that's fine. Whoops. Yeah, just going to be a bit of a throwing minigame here. There we are. Yeah, Supernova is a total prude when it comes to pipes. We know that already. Snake blocks are scary, but you can stay globally loaded and everything. If you're the kind of entity that does that. Anyway, thank you for that, Blue Blur. Pretty straightforwardly the wall jump and on-off switch concept, but in terms of just building pure platforming around that one concept, it's a fairly well-concentrated level. One thing I do recommend is that since you have the NSMBU style at your disposal, there's a lot you can do to give it, I guess, a little bit more background fill to, you know, not just have the one-tile walls just protruding everywhere by themselves. But it's a very functional design. But yeah, a little bit of extra aesthetic polish can make a huge difference to reading a level and having a good sense of the area you're in. Well done, anyway. Let's mark that as a win. Now, Electrodude, I think it just sent me Samuel's code. And that's okay, but I'll probably pick something short if there is anything that would fit the bill, because I know Samuel mostly does some harder levels. Electrodude, that's assuming you are still here. Which is usually the case. I'll give Electrodude a moment to check in. If we don't have a check-in, we'll just go to Josh Bones first, since Josh Bones has been waiting for a long, long time. But I think Electrodude might just be AFK. He did speak a few minutes ago, so... That's okay, we'll do Josh Bones first anyway, because Josh Bones is submitting that thing of his own that has been revised several times already. Okay, so let's take a look at Y, A, F, 9 TC, E, L, G. Oh yeah, Electrodude, yeah, that's fine. We'll switch the order briefly. Here's a thicker milkshake with a 50% clear rate, which is totally in keeping with what a Jamp level is expected to be. Yeah, Electrodude, no worries. I didn't actually kick you out. But we'll do Josh Bones first, since the maker is actually present. Extended version of an old level you made for Keynes. Alright, let's take a look. Okay. Oh, okay, it's going to be big mushroom platforming. But then I think, yeah, if we jump on top of a bomb, it is going to fall down to the poison, and that'll activate the on-off switch. We do need to go pretty much instantly. I didn't expect a big mushroom at all. I feel like we need to not pick it up on the stump, because we'll cut right through the stump. Unless we need to take damage, which I'm not clear on just yet. Yeah. Right, because you do need to activate the on-off switch in order to land on the next Goomba. So if I don't want to kill the stump, I would need to jump off of the stump and catch the mushroom in midair. Otherwise, I cut through and take damage. And I don't want to outrun it like that, though. So we'll see what to do with that location. Yeah, so you can just do a jump on the stump the way that you would do a P-jump. Just jump as soon as you make contact, and that's fine. And that works perfectly well. And then I land on a Goomba so I don't get hit by the shell that's in the clown car. Then the shell in the clown car gives me something to jump on that does not take me through a one-way panel. Yeah, let's not go that high, because I don't want to lose that. As you can see, I'm just scouting ahead here, and eventually crushing some of those other blocks with the big mushroom is going to drop the Buzzies into the clown cars and give me more places to traverse. So. Yeah, this shell here, I was obviously supposed to go over. I think we need to do something with that shell kick. Nope. As far as the jump catch game goes, I assume that's just one of those stream games, like the interactive viewer command games that people like Netcat are always running. It looks like you're supposed to hit the shell, and the shell rebounds, and then you hit the shell again, like you jump on it on top of the coin. Like, shell goes right, you land on it, you bounce up. I think I'm reading that properly, I'm just not doing it. Nope. And the Supernova, how is she so hyper? I assume you're talking about a new kitty that SD was recently telling us all about. Yeah, that's correct. It's just that I need to land more accurately towards the coin. Nope. Okay, up we go. There we go. It's going to be a series of short bounces, I think. Short bounce to get under the Piranha. Short bounce here, and then on top of the Koopa. And that's going to knock the shell over, and then we eventually bounce on top of the Koopa shell. So, let me take a look at what the current record is on this, actually. 35 seconds. Okay, we're pretty far along. And that's on the only clear, too, so... Not that you have a lot of flexibility. Once you get going, we do need to be sensitive to which direction we're setting the bombs towards, but that's the only thing. Like I said. Okay. And yeah, just missing that coin. The coin is easy enough to see. I just need to remember to pull back. You think your time is about 32 seconds, yeah, so a little bit of flexibility. But as you can see, once you get going, you just ride out the momentum. There we go. Yeah, no, still need a short bounce there. No, actually, we need to land on top of the shell that we dropped. So we bounce on top of that and we drop straight down. That's the way to do it. That's the whole point of dropping that shell in the first place. Let's send the bomb left. Yeah, SD, it doesn't seem like you would have much trouble recruiting for Team Kitten. Team No SD? Isn't that just 5YMM if we're talking about SD locks? No, I don't want to bounce that. The boo is specifically there to prevent you from doing so and discouraging you from doing so. Nope, we need to drop straight down. That was a little too far to the right still. Okay. No, we need to hit the shell to the right, and it's the same idea. We hit the shell to the right, we bounce it again. And then we'll see how it goes from there. Okay, up we go. Nope. Still need to not push too far forward on a lot of those bounces. Okay. Up we go. Down. And then, no, we want a high bounce off of that to get on top of the red Koopa, as we did earlier. You want to start a Team Kitten now for hyper and jumpy levels. Hyper quick and jumpy levels, especially those that involve the cat suits. Interesting thing about the cat suits, SD, is that they, of course, would not coexist in the same theme with Yoshi. And so Yoshi being displaced to extinction by modern mammals is not something you will need to worry about. Oh, whoops, overshot. Okay, up we go. Nope. Yeah, SD, the cat paw animation, although it had been around in Maker 1 as well, made more sense when it was kind of congruent with the cat paw being part of the visual display for editing in Maker 1 to begin with, in some ways. Well, no, it was using the hand, I guess. It was using the hand, but the idea was that, you know, just as the hand would get all over the screen as you're making in the tablet mode, the kitten paws would try to do the same thing. And that, of course, was the origin story of Team Kitten. Nope, still overshooting. I was preparing to jump for that. I just sailed right over it. Yeah, we need to deal with the big buzzy shell later on as well. Yeah, I have to make some snap judgments sometimes about how to hit some of the 2-tile objects such as we see here. Needed to nudge that shell left to right, of course. So we just need to jump a little bit straighter out of that first red Koopa. Whenever you have a level that kills Skip Squeaks, use the cat paw animation. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. If you have a cat who's a very good mouser. Whoops. Okay. Getting better at some of this. Still misaligning the fall there, though. I mean, it's better to just not have mice in your home in the first place, but always good to have an extra line of defense. Nope. Go straight for the Koopa, as before, we know that. She catches the mice outside, I see, okay. Nope, need to fall. Yeah, I know what to do, it's just executing it could be a bit of an issue. You live in a rural area, yeah, and solve the country mice as opposed to the city mice. Whoops. Oops. Still no. Okay. There we go. Nope, still hitting that too far on the right. Let's scout ahead of it. Whole lot that we still haven't seen. So yeah, as I was saying, Josh Bones, I can't stay as long as I usually would today, but this one, I mean, it's definitely within my ability. It just needs a little bit of extra time to see the whole thing. And so, it would be a very natural candidate to go into an overflow if I do manage to do that later in a week. It seems like you're very heavily revising this one as you go anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, fun one though. We don't often see that much involving the Big Mushroom, of course. We recently saw a very interesting Big Mushroom level with similar fresh interactions from Mang, actually, but other than that, not so much in a Jamp setting that works around that mix of taking up lots of space, but only being able to make, you know, relatively short bounces. Like, it's a difficult combination to design around in terms of spacing, and this level actually manages to compromise that fairly well, so. Okay. Still having some trouble getting over the munchers from time to time, of course. But we'll see, because it seems like there's quite a bit that I still need to see in this one later on, so. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Eventually something is going to have to give with my policy of getting through the whole queue, because that has become longer and longer with time, and There will come a point when it will eventually have to go, but not yet it doesn't. At least I don't think so. I mean, there's always a chance that I get called away for emergencies, but that should hopefully not happen today. I do, however, have to take off fairly soon. We have 2 more to get through, but we'll push through this one a little bit longer. Yeah, Big Muncher is still giving me a bit of trouble over there. Of course, with it being on top of a pipe, you need something too wide over there just to control that space, and so this makes me reach a little bit harder, vertically speaking. Yeah, there are a lot of jumps here where I do need to pull back horizontally. Not that one, obviously, but sometimes I have to make a lot of snap judgments about whether to pull back or push forward, and that's partly just, you know, from relative lack of experience with doing much of this style level with the big mushroom, where you have to adjust around the physics. Okay, nope. Yeah, and so this is just a mushroom control as well. If you're only 1 tile high at that spot, you just die. Here, you would hit the shell, and that would drop something for you. It would probably drop things that you can jump on that fall on top of the munchers. And that seems reasonably far along. I'm not really watching the clock. Nope. Nope, still the wrong way there. I am trying to veer left on that red Koopa as well, but sometimes it's a little difficult for me to estimate how far left I have to go to line that up properly. Whoops, totally missed hitting it this time. Yeah, overall the level is quite readable, it's just that it's very easy for me to be inaccurate with anything involving objects or toadettes that are 2 tiles wide. Like all of the 2x2s here take a little bit of extra finesse and are very directionally sensitive sometimes in terms of which half you're landing on. Nope, still bobbing that the wrong way. I just want to scout ahead a bit to see how much we're looking at. And then, yeah, some landing on stumps near the end over there. That should be fairly close to finish. I'll try to put in one more good attempt. I would like to finish this one at some point for sure. I've been bailing on an unusual number of levels today. Just partly from staying too long on some of the early ones, I think. Because we usually have a much better completion rate here, but then we also usually run like an hour longer, so. That does take a bit of getting used to, as you said. But we're making progress steadily. Reading it as we go, whoops. Yeah, and I'll try to get back to the extent of my progression at least once. Or to that big buzzy shell, perhaps. To take another crack at it. Okay. Yeah, pretty clear to me given how much stuff is near the end, especially with things like the parachute stump going there, that I will not finish today, but that's okay. I'm glad I looked ahead to see how much was still left after the trouble spot with the Buzzy Shell going in the proper direction. Nope. Yeah, 4 pink coins. We saw 2 of them in the section that required me to grab them both in quick succession. And Electro Dude, you've had impersonators lately. Hopefully not spam bots. Twitch has had a bit of a spam bot problem lately with people who also imitate names of legitimate accounts, and so for your own protection, be aware of that. Might be a good idea to keep records of that too. You know, in case you accidentally get in trouble for somebody doing something in your name. Because I know that has been an issue with some people lately, especially smaller streamers on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a bit of a Twitch botting crisis lately. We've luckily not really been hit too hard with it. I've had to be aware of those accounts and ban them as they come in, but yeah, I may finally have to point some mods here at some point just to cover for emergencies like that. And yeah, you all know what I'm talking about. I can tell. Okay. Nope, killed both shells at once. That was not great. It's okay, we'll bail for now. We obviously did not make it anywhere near that 50% clear rate from somebody who seemed to have played an earlier version, but we will come back at some point to a thicker milkshake, be it on the overflow stream or on a resubmission. So thank you so much, Josh Bones. That's been going pretty well so far. I like the level a lot. We just have quite a bit more distance to cover, as you can see. Yeah, we only saw this up to about the halfway point, including the part where I ran ahead a bit to scout, so still quite a bit left. Thank you for that. I think it's absolutely within my ability, as I was saying. It's not within my time today. Okay, Electrodude, you sent me Samuel's code. Like I said, I will likely pick something short if it exists. Like, if there's anything that's on the shorter and easier side that I can do quickly, that would be strongly preferred, since I do need to log off relatively soon. Who's after you? Let me see. And thanks, Grandpa is after you. Okay. And yeah, so we'll just make sure we get through some of this. And yeah, thanks again, Josh Bones. Luck to draw contest. Let's see. Short Halloween level because I'm lazy. Well, luckily for Samuel, today I'm also feeling lazy, so let's do it.
Sploosh.
And thanks, Grandpa. Oh, it's a music level. Just trying to identify the tune. STJML asks, why no mods? Well, maybe I shouldn't have revealed that, but Mostly because the stream was small enough that we were managing just fine on our own. But there are some things where I will need some people to monitor the chat for me eventually, especially now that things have picked up quite a bit in activity. Let's not take damage everywhere. The bone shell, of course, not a bone shell, the fuzzy helmet does give you just an extra point of damage, as well as interesting key over there. We might need to redo this for the key if I can. Also, we're totally getting crushed here. I knew that was coming. Oh yeah, there was that spring at the beginning. I wonder if we could have grabbed any of this stuff. No, they just bounce. Part of the music track. Yeah, SD, my volume is actually a little bit low right now, and so I can't answer that definitively. I'll have to give it a listen again afterwards, I think, when I can pay attention to my own stream. Yeah, so we didn't have the key. We also didn't have the buzzy. The point would be you need to grab the key and keep the buzzy helmet so you can take a damage boost, get in the door, and get to the top of the goal. So, yeah, I didn't know Samuel really worked on any music levels, given that we've mostly been shown harder platforming stuff. So, thank you for that, Electrodude. And thanks, Grandpa is going to be our closer today, by the looks of it. And thanks, Grandpa just gave me a follow, so... So yeah, we'll have a brief thing to talk about after I do the last level here, where we look before we jump. Wow, you actually managed to snag the username thanks. Kind of difficult to do that with relatively common words. But there we are. Oh, camera scroll. Okay, so we just follow the coins then. The camera is going to disguise the ground, but the coins will tell us where to go. I've seen this... I'm trying to remember who else did this concept that we're familiar with. Also, yeah, now this tells you where to go overhead, I think. And then... that just tricks you out, okay. Unless I just veered left or something. Well, now we know. Thanks, Grandpa. Now, yeah, we'll take this. I have the vague feeling that somebody like maybe Minibar for somebody probably did something similar at some point. Or I may be thinking of a different maker. But yeah, what a fake out here without Pear. I'm going to ride the auto-scroll a little further just to see. Okay, no, we'll grab it. Luca, it was Minibarf. Okay, so I do remember correctly. Yeah. I mean, very simple concepts. But the sort of flip from going over to going under is actually something that works quite well here. The fake out, I think, by itself tanks the clear rate significantly. Anyway, thanks for all that. So, this is one of the first levels you made when Maker 2 came out. Yeah, because custom scroll, of course, would have been very new at the time, and that would be one of the first things that you would be tempted to play with, I'm guessing. Thank you for all the GGs. Before we send you off on a raid and bid good night for now, as those of you who are regular visitors to this stream know, every week we take a look at some of the courses that are coming up with the new batch of 5 YMM. Briefly, but Today we'll be doing something slightly different because, as we know, the people of 5YMM, I am told by several YouTube commenters, cannot actually count. And this weekend, of course, it was the 6th anniversary of Super Mario Maker on the Wii U, since it released on the 11th of September, where 14 years prior, something else really important happened. So, we're going to do something slightly renegade here. And you'll want to get your pencils or perhaps your switches ready. In commemoration of the 6th anniversary of the original Super Mario Maker, for the first time in over a year, I have an upload. And you folks will get first crack at it. So, pay no attention to the numerical order here. We're going to leap forward into the future while the people of 5YMM are apparently stuck in the past. And we're going to give you something new in just a moment as I figure out how to tag it. Okay, new level coming in, assuming I don't have to take it down right away to do any emergency bug fixes. Get your switches ready if you want to first clear, because, no, I don't want to play. Sorry, spoiler. I want to upload it. You can hear that the music is Delfino Plaza. One moment. That's not the thanks for watching screen, that was a panic screen. Let's do this again, take 2. This time we're going to hit the upload button, not the play button. That could have gone quite badly. And everything checks out here. I'm going to spoil the genre, I guess, and tag it as standard and themed. I guess that's close enough. Some of these might apply. It's not a link level, I can tell you that much. Okay, let me type this out myself. I also need to communicate it to the relevant authorities. Eli already has first clear, very quick. Anyway, this is the code. Let me just take a look at it in the course world, so I can get a nice juicy screenshot of what it looks like in its as yet uncleared form. And yeah, virtualize if you don't want to see the more info screen, but there is going to be a more info screen. And have at it. So, the other thing is, let's see what else is going on in the world. It seems like we have some co-conspirators, by the way, in terms of just deciding to increment the number for some mysterious reason. So who knows what the 5YMM people are going to do, given that these are also 5YMM people who have just gone renegade. I guess you'll have to wait for the trailer. And the trailer is going to be visible on the website soon enough when it launches. I want to say probably about 6 hours from now. I don't know if I remember that correctly. I think it's 6 hours from now. But anyway, the trailer is going to officially launch, and we'll see what the 5YMM people are up to while, you know, we all decide to just commemorate 6 years of Mario Maker in our own way. No first clears on some of these yet either, but of course some of the codes may or may not be final, as you know from previous experience. Looks like we have Mang on this one already. Better fix that command. Yeah, actually, Electrodude, now that I think about it, let me just make one quick edit here. Because we did, in fact, have something prepared, but I don't want to spoil too much. And more will be coming up as the day goes on. So, Also, it has just come to my attention. No, let's take a look at this. I love how Mogsy's code has L0L, close enough, LOL, embedded within it. That's not going down. Nobody find any soft locks in that level. That's just not going to be taken care of. Anyway. That is it for this stream. It once again ran way too long. But have fun with any new levels that may or may not appear. And don't do what Aegis Cook did and delete your own YMM level completely from CourseBot after uploading for playtesting while actually wanting to take it down. Yeah. A lot of things could have gone wrong there. But now we're paying attention. Thank you so much for dropping by, and everybody here have good times with Mario Maker in the days ahead. Especially if you're taking a crack at my level, thank you in advance for playing. And I hope you have a good time with that one specifically. We will be back on the Monday to Tuesday stream to play some new levels that may or may not be related to various anniversaries. And also, when I have time to look at my own level, I will be doing something similar to what I did last year with 4YMM and doing some kind of behind-the-scenes making of mini documentary. If you missed it, Paxman did the same for the Taco Bell level in one of his streams earlier in the week. Do check out Paxman's VOD if you want to see that. And I don't know, Electrodude, if you played your own level as well, but I know that some of us who have the capture cards going and the streams going have been showing off some of the maker mode behind the scenes looks while we're able to. So congratulations, Mang, on the first clear. Let's memorialize that by actually taking a look at that for verification. And yeah, first cleared by Mang. Congratulations. And we will pass you on to somebody else. So thank you so much for watching. And we'll send you on some other adventure very shortly. But for now, enjoy the next year of Mario Maker. And fare thee well.